Good evening and welcome. So it's Sunday evening, it's time for Factorio. Good to see you. It's good to be back. And I know I've been skimping a bit on the Factorio streams, but you know, it's gotta come to me, and at some point we'll also take a break from Factorio. But that day is not today. So we'll continue because there's a lot of things to do and a lot of interesting things to take care of. I think that where we are right now is at a point where I want to make it less sequential, because it kind of feels like a little bit more like a feels a little bit more like a let's play, because we're kind of doing it in a sequential setup where it's like, oh, the next thing that you should do should be this one. And now we have all the main buildings unlocked, and we have most of the tech that's necessary to unlock, and then we can do some designs. There will be something that comes granted, but that is not today. Did you have a good trip? Thank you. I was not on a trip. Well, I mean, I was at a weekend retreat, Tantra retreat, community, Copenhagen Tantra Festival community camp. Just rolls out the song. It was okay. You can feel my enthusiasm is just radiating through the camera, right? It was kind of chill, and Bush Hotel. What? There was no hotel stay. No, I drove home. I had the kids, so I was kind of halfway dedicated to just going back and forth every evening and morning and stuff like that. So, but it was nice. It was a nice community feeling. I can feel that I've been in this thing for a while now, the tantric community. So everything just kind of feels the same, and that's because it's the same people doing the same thing, and they've been doing the same thing for several years. And the new thing is the new people you meet along the way. But I talked to one of the facilitators right after his workshop, and he was like, "Oh, so did you go to some good workshops?" Sort of anticipating that I would say, "Yes, yours." And I was like, "No, not really. Honestly, it's all same. It's all the same thing by now." So yeah, but I think I should just go for the community part and not for anything that I'm not going to be challenged or sort of wowed or anything for these workshops, as long as it's just the same old people coming. But that can still be nice and cozy. It's the same as, I mean, I'm not going to discover anything new and magical in Factorio, so but that it can still be nice and comfortable to just settle in, hear the familiar music. Remember that the Q key actually is a Q key in Factorio. That's really nice. And yeah, you just kind of the familiar, the comfort food of gaming, and then that's also kind of that. So I'll go to other things in other events if I want to be challenged, but that was not my intention either. So, it's the first time catching a stream. Welcome. So good to see you. And let's see if we can get into gaming at some point during the evening. Yeah, so what else is on the agenda? Well, honestly, I'm going to keep playing Shapes 2, at least for the next week, and probably the one more week. And then, honestly, Honestly, but actually, maybe I should start looking at my vacation schedule, because that's been like, oh, it's so far into the future, but I can actually see it sort of lurking in the future. Like the 1st of July, I'm going on a vacation, and then I'm basically going to be like 2 weeks away. And that's not even that far away, like far into the future. I think 1, 2, 3 weeks. That means there's 3 weeks until vacation time. And I don't think Shapes 2 is going to fill all of that stuff. And I think it's going to be more like maybe 2 weeks. And then maybe we'll try something that I have been sort of leaving out, like maybe trying some Night Rain or something like that. Just to sort of in the last week before vacation, or maybe something else comes out that we want to check out in a new game, or Doom Dark Ages or something, although I doubt that. So, oh, and by the way, someone linked, that was I think it was GFS who linked it, Mortal Shell 2 is in development. That is exciting. I loved Mortal Shell. It was such a good game. It's the only Souls-like that I have been, I mean, I haven't played much, but I was really sold on it. It was so good. Like it was its own distinct thing, but it had so many similarities to Miyazaki. Like it had convoluted maps and no map to look at, like sort of nested maps with locked doors and secret ways and shortcuts, and it had all those things. It had a rich lore that you just did not get and did not understand, and it was not spelled out to you. So, and it had a weird world with weird mythology that was sort of, it felt deep and complete, but also only partially told. And then of course the gameplay was just absolutely stellar. Like really solid play, and like the way that it was structured was really well done for a small game. Like it was, granted, it was a pretty small game when you really got down to it. Like I think I played like 16 hours or something on it, and I played through it a number of times, and it was just really fun. Actually, see how much I played Mortal Shell. 26 hours in total. That's not much. And I just have a really good good impression of it, and thought it was such a good game. It's so good that I kind of want to play it again. It also just looks absolutely amazing. Solid Bond, thank you for the 57 months. So yeah, so Mortal Shell 2, I'm really looking forward to it. Also looks amazing, and I would expect that would be a bigger game, since sort of let's hope it's gonna be like Shapes and Shapes 2, where the first one seemed like a tech demo for this when the second one came out, because yeah, that was a massive step forward. So yeah, that's gonna be exciting, but you know, that's 2026, so let's not get all excited just yet. What else do we have? Other games that are on the horizon as things that are happening? I don't think so. I mean, the only thing that we have on the... Oh, right, we actually have Darkest Dungeon as well. Ooh, Darkest Dungeon Kingdoms with Secrets of the Coven? Is it a Coven? I think it's Coven, yes. Otherwise it would be a W. So, Secrets of the Coven is there. Unfortunately, it's without Wayne June. So I don't know what they're going to be... So they're going to complete this, and then it's going to be really difficult for them to figure out what are they going to do now that there's no narration. Are they going to find another narrator? Of course they are, but they will have to sort of not take someone who will sound almost like Wayne June. No, they'll have to have someone who is unique but different. It wouldn't surprise me if they chose a female narrator for the next one, just to make it sort of visual, or not visual, auditory, that it's not a Wayne June clone, it's another storyteller. But you know, it must be a big setback for them as well. Yeah. So that's because Wayne June's voice was very, very that, and the art style was just is so much Darkest Dungeons that it's hard to imagine it without it. So it's gonna be tough. But anyway, so we have Darkest Dungeon also sort of laying in wait for us. Who knows? Maybe, I mean, has Valheim even said anything about the next Development blog, venturing forth from March. New blog, voyage of the... Okay. Yeah, I feel that Valheim has sort of lost its way. Instead of getting better, it sort of develops in a wrong direction. Like it's emphasizing the stuff that isn't good instead of fixing stuff that is kind of broken. Like I think that a lot of the stuff when we started playing Valheim, it was like, oh, but that's fine because it's like this is an archaic system and that's fine. They'll fix it. It's early access. But now it's been like 2 years later and they still have the same shit. And it's like, okay, now it just becomes annoying that you choose that, I don't know, you can't cast spells from the beginning, for example. Or do you have to level up skills by using the weapons, or I don't know. There's a lot of like the inventory management. Like there's a lot of weird things that is in Valheim that they're refusing to fix, and they just plow on and make new content that makes it even worse and has some annoying features at the end. So yeah. Yeah, you can only do the new biome. Yona is now crap. Grind the new gear. Loop so many times. I like it, but it fades around Mistlands. Yes, Mistlands is exactly where that chain breaks for me. Mistlands is atrocious. I think Mistlands was really hard to like. I got through it, but I never really liked it. And then I absolutely hated Ashlands. Like it was not fun. And it also, like, the progression on the build just becomes like really weird. Yeah, Mistlands killed the game for me. Really enjoyed the prior to that. Yes, I completely agree. Like the verticality of the mountain was frustrating, but it kind of, okay, it's a mountain. Let's get up that mountain. You find the mountains, you go up there. But Mistlands was just like, okay, it's mountains, but you can't see anything. Oh, I still got glimmer. I just saw it reflecting from the light. Yep, I still got glimmer in my face. Yep. I think a different team was working on it. I think that I think sometimes game developers during early access, they take the wrong lessons, and now this is very subjective, wrong lessons. So every new biome in Valheim is frustrating, and it has some frustrating mechanic that you have to overcome, and the enemies are really tough, but they have some frustrating mechanics, like the swamp, it's always raining, like, come on, and you need to go down to these crypts to get iron. That's frustrating, but you kind of have to. And all right, then they go like, I'm finally done with that. Let me get to the mountains. That's frost, and that's up there, and you fall down the mountains. It's really difficult to navigate. It's like when you're finally done with it, you get out to the death skeetos in the plains. Though plains is actually a really nice place. This is actually the most comfortable place to be in when you sort of break through the entry barrier. Then it's a really nice place, but it is difficult in the beginning. And then you get to Mistlands, and it just goes to shit. Then they sort of been learning like, oh, every new biome should have something that's really obnoxious, and they just maxed out on obnoxiousness with Mistlands. And then they took it a little bit further for Ashlands as well. And on Ashlands they also killed the idea of making the game look good. Mo actually did that for Mistlands. Mistlands looks amazing, but then they put a fog on top of it so you couldn't see the damn terrain. I was like, what? That seems counterintuitive. I know it's called Mistlands, so you kind of have to, but yeah, dispelling the mist should be something that was like more permanent than it is. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not even sure that I'm gonna play the next Valheim. It'll definitely be low priority. It'll be something like, oh well, if there's nothing else, then we'll do it, kind of thing. And Satisfactory, I don't know. If they announce a DLC, then sure, but I don't think that they will. Then of course we have put our faith in Dyson Sphere Program, and of course other new games that we don't even know about. Like for example, Blueprints was amazing. I wish I had more time to it. I wish I could have played it all on stream and sort of, but the content grinding on food and stuff. Yes, that's also the way that the food works is also just miserable. That's something where you could forgive it in the early game, but the way that the food bobs kind of are useless when there's only 5 minutes left of them, so they don't have the full duration anyway. So to clear out the mist more would be nice, and could be eye-opening to see the nice terrain. Yes, yeah, I don't know. It just kind of Enshrouded is a great game, but I feel that Enshrouded is kind of a little bit in the other end. It's a little bit too polished. It's a little bit too crisp. Like, go here, do this quest, pick up this thing, go back here. It feels like playing World of Warcraft single player, which is not like the worst experience, but it also just kind of, there's some of the idiosyncrasies of Valheim that is charming. It's the same with Souls game. Like, oh my god, it's so frustrating that when you die, you lose all your runes. That's so punishing. But once you internalize it as a gameplay feature and not a stupid omission, then it becomes part of sort of how you play the game and how you navigate and how you think about progression. And therefore so those illogical idiosyncrasies of Valheim is kind of fade out. For example, it become like in the first zones it's fine with this no teleporting with metals, but then it becomes a little bit stupid, to say the least. So yeah, and then you just bypass it with save games and they go like, whatever. And I would just bypass it with a command or with a setting, because that's really annoying. That's something that makes sense maybe for your first playthrough when you want, but it's the whole idea about sort of sitting there sailing for 25 minutes to bring home your iron and then smelting it and then realizing you need more and then sailing again for 25 minutes just to go out. And it's not fun. If anyone could be done today, well, yeah, let's see. Yeah, so by the way, we are still looking for other good games or mid games. Definitely looking for factory games genre. I'm not seeing anything on the horizon, to be honest. The Dawner part was a massive disappointment for me. And now that Shapes 2 is here with an update, then that means we're playing that. And then when we're done with that, it's got to take a long break before we get back to that. I used to not have much gaming time. I could spend all the time I had in a week just grunting iron ore back home. Not enjoyable. I'm plus to the rescue. Yes. Or just the setting now. Yeah, you can save it, change it in server settings on startup, or you could just sort of have a save character and you just have your character with your iron, log into another world and just drop it, and then log out, go to the new location without the iron, log out in your original world, log out, log into the old world and pick up your iron again, and then log back into the new world, because the location was only stored on save, so you could sort of cheat your way to getting the iron moved back and forth. So I'm playing, yeah, it just, yes. So anyway, there's bound to be games like, for example, Blueprints just hit and then it was super amazing. So we can always just kind of chug along, chill, and then see. Sometimes it'll just be some cool game. We know that Dyson Sphere program is somewhere. They said they were going on a two-way. They posted in March and said, our in-house game jam has now passed the halfway mark. That was 1st of April, and it was 2 months. So that means end of April, they must be done with that. And then they actually need to start doing the tech and the stuff that they're doing and incorporating it. So I was like, they'll have these 2 months, and then it'll be 3 to 6 months until they have a release. My God, the icon is awful. Now the icon is nice, but the text is Dyson Fear Rogram. But then again, if I was trying to do something clever with Chinese characters, sort of like, oh, you know, this Chinese character, we can kind of overlap them. Like, no, that would probably not work if I was going to do that. And that's exactly what it is. I hate those where they recycle a letter from between two different lines. It's like, is it belonging here or there? Yeah. But anyway, Dyson's Fear Rogram. Play Astroneer recently and enjoy that. And some limited automation. It's not a game for me. It never was, and it's not gonna turn interesting for me. But anyway, this is not a stream of, hey, let's come up with all the games that I haven't played over have played over the last 3 years and suggest them yet again, because we've been through that. Like, for example, Cosmoteer. Like, I probably played all the games. Like, let's say any game that has released already, either I have played it or I'm not going to play it. There's no way that there's a game in the factory genre that I'm like, oh my God, I haven't heard about it. This Factorio thing, what is that? Like, so either I've played it or I have looked at it and then I have decided not to play it. So No reason to ask. You can also check my YouTube for checking if I have played it. It's very easy. And then if you if there's something that's missing, like Astroneer or Stationeers or something like that, it's probably because I looked at it and I was like, nope. So it's more like I'm looking for advice on upcoming games, because those are the ones that I might miss. Sometimes there's generally games that I just miss because I can't rely on checking my email, because I get like 10 emails a day with like, oh, play this crappy tower defense MOBA gacha game. Like, no. So yeah. Same with the Kia logo. Yes, the KN logo. Yes. So anyway, let's jump on in. There. All right. Let's see. 3 days ago. That's a save. Yeah. So I have a little bit of an issue here with our save games, because they're forked. They're forked up. This one is our test game, and the other one is the play game. So basically, what we did. Dune Awakening. Oh, that's true. When was Dune Awakening? Is it released? I remember. Oh, it was delayed, wasn't it? 10th of June. Oh, that's cool. That's amazing. Oh, well, maybe we should play that. I don't know. I feel like this is a game that if it's good, it sucks that we don't play it on release day, but it probably won't be good, and then I wasted $50 on €50 on it. It could be good, but reviews say very positive. That's surprising. I don't know. What do we think about it? What do we think about Dune Awakening? I mean, at first I heard about it, I was like, oh, this is cool. And then they said MMO, and I was like, oh, fuck off. Because there's not a letter in the MMO genre that I like. Massive, no thanks. Multiplayer, no thanks. Online, no thanks. Give me a story-driven solo offline game. Yes, please. And then the MMO, and I didn't like it. But then I read more about it, and it looks interesting. Oddsparks just came out. Yeah, Oddsparks, it's weird. It's a nice guy made it, but I talked to him, but yeah, it wasn't great. Was not seeing me play a bit. It seemed good. And they never even saw another player, but I agree. Just an MMO person, yeah. There's a Clair Obscure you haven't tried. Yes, it doesn't appeal to me, yeah. What I've seen looked cool with regards to Dune stuff, but the game part seemed 2 months ago quite meh, yeah. Stellar Blade, no. Yeah, I don't play like ARPGs generally of various sorts, so it's not really my thing. Yeah, but anyway, I need to consider that. But whatever. All right, let's take a look at what that was a good recommendation. Yeah, Oddsparks was just a little bit too much Stardew Valley, and that's not really a game for me. My kids maybe, but not for me. Right, so let's look at what we did. Somehow that doesn't work. There's gotta be something here that works, right? This was the copy paste one. Okay, so this one's working. It's the same one. So what I did last time was I built a design for each blue, red, and green. I don't really like this green. It's too big. Almost one belt. That's massive for one belt. Really? Yeah, well, it is early game tech. But this is a good build, I think, for reds. How much red? 11.83. Yeah. And this one for blue is also really good. Took quite a while to design it. Not much here, but the idea was also that we had several other iterations. This one is with legendary, and I was just building this one here. So this one, for example, when we switch it up to rare quality, then you can see, okay, there's something here struggling, but that might not be a problem because there's a little bit surplus here and quite a bit surplus here. So this is not going to be a problem. That means it actually is producing what it needs, and it'll produce 11.5. So going from 3.3 to 11.5, and then all the way up to 42 with legendary stuff. And it's the same design. That's what I really wanted about this, was just having the same design so that we can make a design and it'll be like, that's my goal, is make a design that you can just go, okay, now everything is rare quality and it still works pretty much the same ratio, and then everything is now legendary quality. It still does pretty good ratio. That's my objective for this, and I want to see the same thing for this part. Yeah. Why is it not working? Oh, it's missing that one. But I need to then upgrade it. Yes, that one. Oh, these do not get upgraded. Why not? Why does it not get upgraded? Oh, there you go. So it just has to do it in two iterations. And with the... yeah, only with the legendary stuff do we switch over to the stack inserters. The power icon is not blink. Is that a setting? Yes, it's a setting somewhere, because it drove people crazy. It's a setting. Visualization. Don't know. Somewhere it's a setting. Don't know. It is them. What about Satisfactory 1.1? You could do an all new blueprints with vertical splitters. That's true. But I don't know if that's enough. It would definitely be a vertical build. But I'm just... Satisfactory is a game that I really want... I need to want to go back, because there are so many things that are just really frustrating that if I don't come back with a burning desire, I'm just going to burn out very quickly. Why is it not working? Oh, because it's not really getting enough of this. It's the slow robots. This is just looking a little bit further into the future, but I want to see if it... First things first is, what does the ratio look like? 41, it goes from 11 to 41. That's a good one. So it's multiplied by 4, basically. Oh, that's a little less than 4. All these things are positive, so that's good. So we will actually get the 41 outbound from this, if there are no bottlenecks. Hello, bottleneck. Yeah, this is definitely a bottleneck. This one is supposed to be producing more than 2 belts worth, and it's now going out on a single belt, so that's not working. That means this is a problem. This needs to be redesigned in a completely different way. But even then, this is not even enough. Funny how it was actually so simple to fix it. But they still have issues with the other ones. But these ones should... Ah, okay. No. Cut. There's stuff on the belt. Hey, FID Dot, thank you for the 33 months. Wouldn't you have fast one at this time? Yes, I would. This is maxed out at 12. Yeah. Okay, so what if I just look at this part and see, you need 72. So that shouldn't be a problem to keep up 72 here. And this is keeping 63. So if this one is producing enough, and it is, there, then getting it outbound really shouldn't be a problem. There, it's stalling, and not because of inserter speed. Output full, okay. So now the question is, I think it's the output that's the problem here. How much do you need? No, less than 2 half belts. So that's fine. And this one is obviously also going to be problematic at some point. But I only have 2 outserters. Is that really enough? Let's see if this ever swings the inner one. Yes, it does. Okay. Yeah, it does. Okay, so as long as it's working, then that means it's necessary. And this is missing the... Oh, this is not gonna work. This is never gonna work, no matter what. I don't think we can get like 36 plastic in per second with robots. I mean, maybe we can, maybe we can't. I don't need to output the greens on both sides. I'm gonna need to do that on this last iteration, but not on this iteration. So basically, I found that this one we built for normal is not good enough here. Then let's... But now I think it is working. It's not completely ingredient shortage. Wonder why. This is obviously because this one has to be doing both. Yeah. I'm kind of leaning towards what would be better would be having the cables on both belts. Because then both of those can grab cables and both of them could get plastic and greens. That would be better, but I don't think that's feasible to do. Plastic is stacked? It's stacked, damn. How do I make sure that it doesn't stack? It is... technically not a problem, but it's also just misleading. Right, I'm gonna try something. So what I really want is, I want one, two, three, four. That's kind of easy. Then if we could do something like obviously something like this would be amazing, but but I'd also have to do it on the other side. And getting it in here, it's just not enough space. Because what I basically need, let's cut this out a little bit, give myself a little bit more working space here. What I basically want would be something like this. And then the equivalent over here. Because then I could always just do something like this. But then we have an issue here, right? How do we get this one somewhere meaningful? This is not enough because it's more than half a built, so I need it to be on both sides, which I can't make it do on this little space here. So maybe these two go out. No. Still not enough to go underneath here. On the other hand, that one's actually feels wrong. Feels wrong. I know it's absolutely atrocious, but still. Oops. Maybe it'll give us an idea. Yes, that's kind of the wrong way. This is now coming out on two sides.
Take this out. Bring it 2 down. Oh, that's not correct.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Samopsu, thank you for the 7 months. Said you need more than half about the green, and now you max out half. Nope, I do not. More than half a belt of green, but I have 2 half belts of green, so that's not a problem. Like, I don't like this. It kind of works, but I don't like it. And of course these would be requesters instead. Old comment. What? Oh, okay. Well, then we need chat to be more active, so old comments don't confuse me. Well, does this work? It seems to work a lot better. What about for the last one? That was actually a clever solution then. Hello, Slawstems. Good evening. Oh. Oh, power? Is that power? Yeah, it's power. Huh. I have a great way to solve that. There. Let's not worry about that. Pritchard, thank you for the 60 months.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Well, let me see. This is actually not taking more space than the previous iteration. It's a little bit more icky, but hey, Godmade, thank you for the 32 months. Hey, Paul. How's it going? How's it going, man? Watching your space editor and love what you do here. Thank you. And Baldy, thank you for the 60 months. Ooh, there's a hype chain incoming, perhaps. There we go. Fry Guy, thank you for the Prime for 76 months. And Supervenom, thank you for your Prime for first month. First of many months, maybe, if I can keep you around. Right. I kind of like this, right? And Crud, maybe? Also a new Prime. Ooh. 76 is insane. I mean, it's impressive. There are fewer 77 months, but that is truly is impressive. Fry Guy's been around since I began streaming here on Twitch, and actually before that. And Peeble, thank you for the 15 months, and also been supporting on Patreon for a long time. So that's nice. And OW Cousin, thank you for 2 months. Welcome back. Ooh, look at that. That's a lot of renewed subs and new subs. That's very nice. Very much appreciated. That is how we keep this stream alive. Ninja Cholton, thank you for the 33 months. Like, do we like this? Like, this thing here is an eyesore of epic proportions. But it works. Then we get to the next one where we go up to the legendary ones. Then we're going to be enabling stacking and figuring out what that's going to be like.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Okay, so we kill this and get this one. What? Infinity Loader is in the way.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
There. Links no good trade. Thank you for the 3 months. Will the bots be fast enough for plastic? Probably not.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
But I can also do this in a different way, I think. Tinlo, thank you for the 44 months, and Volgrath, thank you for 24 months. We got a level 1 completed. Yeah, I can do it with an inserter as well here. Alastar Vulcanus, thank you for the Prime. Oh, it's a very long time since there's been like such a consistent renewal of subs. The last trains have been one person dropping 100 subs. That's how we. It gets a little bit faster than 100 people subscribing, but sure, either way. The underground belt trick for the green circuit on the right. Underground belt trick for the green circuit on the right. Underground belt trick. I don't know what underground belt trick it is. Oh. Ah, right. This one, right? This. Oops. That one, right? Yeah, it looks better. Alright, so let's keep this this train got a little bit of motion with a lot of new subs and resubs. So let's see if we can keep this going for a while longer. And we get to level 2. So I'm just going to say the way it is. We have it here on the channel. The rules here for anyone new is that if we get to a level... Does anyone have... Oh yeah, the 35% off on gift subs. That's true. I completely forgot that. Can we get it? If that's true, can we do that on an announcement? Because that should be like rocketing the hype train up into the higher echelons. I don't know. Maybe. I could hope. It is true that they're running a campaign. Ah, weird. That one. Yes, 6 days left. Well, don't spend it all on... okay. So... whoa, Samagod, it works! 35%... so that's 3.5 subs for free, for free, or extra, or whatever. Maka, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. That's a level 2 hype train. Alright, so this is obviously not working. I think we also... oh, yes, these are all legendaries. Rumor calls, why just now? Later post, thank you. I've yet to land on Gleber. I am worried about defending it, given my habit of letting the game run while I sleep. What do you need for invincible setup? Are deep lakes enough? Well, I build a wall all the way around, and it works fine. Walls, lasers, rocket turrets, and artillery to just keep them keep them from respawning close. Once you have artillery on Gleber, it becomes incredibly easy because then it doesn't spread generally far enough to actually trigger it. Love Vulcanus, hated Gleber, Fulcar is okay, Aquilo is Aquilo. I don't know what Aquilo is Aquilo. I think Aquilo is amazing, it just lacks a purpose. Right, what are we looking at here? Here we look at, ooh, a huge deficit, but also a huge deficit here. So I think that might not be a problem. So we need this to keep running. Let's see what the overall production is. This is 154. Okay. All right. Let's while the train is going, then we're gonna be. I'm going to remember to hype it. If no one else will, then I'll hype the hype train because I love my hype trains. Yeah, this one's set to 500, so it works. So with those 35% discounts, maybe we can get further. Remember, extra hour if we get to level 5. Right, that should cover it for now. Alright, let's see if all of these are working. Looks good. What about this? Oh. Why you no plastic? Oh no, that one. Oh no. Each of these require 30 of those. This is interesting. And by interesting, I mean horrible. I don't know if this is fast enough. Acura is a word in Portuguese it would be something like that. Okay. Alright, 2 minutes left on this train. It looks like it might be ending. It turns out there is a definite endpoint for the utility of cryogenic science outside of research, production research, yeah. Which is a nice research, by the way. But, yeah. It is kind of, once you get there and you make science, then it's not really like 6 things you need or something like that. It's very low. Okay, so now let's see. Is it working now? Can it keep up? Looks like it can still keep up with these green ones in legendary. Alright, so we are down to the final minute of the hype train. Looks like it has decided that this is the end station, but you know, never know. On the last bits here, 22 subs away from another level. Last chance. Don't wait until the last seconds. Right. It looks like it's working, right? Is it outputting fast enough here? Yeah, these stuck fast enough, they stuck fast enough. I mean, the only thing that matters is actually if this is working, then everything is fine. Okay, so this is going to be the final design. Can we compact it more? The one thing I'm... That was it. I guess these two are not technically necessary. I don't know, does it feel better if I did this? Don't think the distance between starting Clever and getting foundations is gonna be... What? I feel this is a nicer setup. Oh yeah, this one needs to be redone with a new format. It is true that it looks awful when it's mixed. So it's fast enough, but we're still gonna have issues. Let's take the plastic out of the equation and say, how would we do this in a... where the plastic is coming in on a belt? Then I would do it this way, right? I like this. I like this for all of them, because even if I end up just not doing, if I do this part instead, then that's also just fine, because that will be probably how we feed it to begin with, but then later on that's not gonna be enough. Yeah. So this... That should be all of it downgraded. Nope, not that one. And then this mess has to be removed as well. And this is also incorrect. And these now have to switch back to normals. So whether you get this in by belt or by logistics, that's your decision, but it's coming in at a pretty neat point. You can even get it down here and then get it in on a belt. So it's pretty simple. So I kind of like this build. It didn't get bigger by us making it more complicated. So that's good. Or making it fit for all levels. This one's not working. Why are you not working? Because someone has been doing something weird here. That one, right. Yeah, okay. There was a little bit of residual. Yeah. Some residuals on it, on those belts. Yeah. Excellent. Is it possible to make a method using your type of factory on Novice of a mix of blocks with main bus? No. Main bus doesn't scale. Main bus is excellent to organize and it doesn't scale. And so it depends on how you define mega base, but yeah, it doesn't scale. You need to do it separately. You can do it on Novice, but then you have to do some other stuff like liquid trains and stuff like that to move things around. Okay, so this build is the starter build. It uses 13 of this, so yeah. You can add multiple buses, but making a single bus bigger tends to require more fiddling than it's worth. Yeah, and it's also like way more under over to get things to the side of the bus. And making multiple buses, then you're kind of sort of, then it's no longer a main bus, then it's some kind of mini bus instead of main bus, whatever. Right. So this thing I don't like. Obviously, this unit here is pretty. Okay. This unit is pretty good. It has a slight surplus and it has a slight surplus. That's great. But what I don't like about this is... Yeah, I don't know what I don't like about it. It is modules, so... Isn't it? No! This is not affected by modules. What? It is? 1, 2, and then a little bit more. Yeah, it's true. It is mod. It is mod. Yeah, you can see the white border around it. So I don't know. This is just bad. The beginning part. What if I just only had one of these builds? Then I'd produce basically a full belt. Or a full belt, a half belt, yeah. Okay, so let me articulate what my problem with this is. It is the fact that this is a gigantic build, and obviously it's gigantic because this makes 57, while this one only makes 11. So obviously it's better. But if I was just using this build, then I'd have way too much. Then I could maybe design it so that it's sort of like this part here. If we could just get some power. Oh, that's because there's another one of these. here, for example. That's way more than I need, but I can't have less than one of each. So, psh. And that's kind of my argument for not doing this one. Is that it's, oh well, I need it anyway. What's the reason for going out there? Oh, this doesn't need these anymore. Oh, right, that one. Ah. Well, that one is... Okay, so the fact that it's... Okay, but these are going to be slow anyway, so... Let's just put it up here. Fine. Now there's no lava. That comes here. And... yeah. And let's see all of this. Really? Okay, let's check. I like this pattern here of getting stuff inbound. So where are we struggling? Oh, that one's struggling and that one's struggling. Yeah, not all the efficiency modules are necessary. That's a good point. That's only when it's affected by beacons, and they are not, right? This is... Oh, this is affected by beacon. Oh, that doesn't work? Oh, crap. Okay. I can't undo those. These two. That one, that one, that one, that one. But these two, these don't need anymore because they're not affected by beacons. Okay, so let's have a look on ratios. It says that there's a little bit too little molten iron. Why does that look like there's a... Oh, right, it's not a quality indicator. It's just the blue thing. Okay, so this means that it's actually starving? It's iron starved. Really? Really? Are we iron starved? Oh, this one has an extra built-in productivity. That's why it's a lot of iron starved. Yeah, okay. So let's try this. Now this is barely iron starved, and that should be good. Because this 3 point something is less than 2 point... The 3.125 liquid is less than 2.75. So that should be fine. Yeah, I think this is a better build because it's a little more modest in terms of what it tries to achieve. 2-speed model, why? Why would I need that? I have a surplus, so why would I need it? Why are the belts below the beacon? Good question. Oh, because it's a repeatable module, but it's no longer a repeatable module. I don't like having this one here. I like having this one down here, and then ideally we'd also, for the final form, be making it like this. I don't like having this one. How's that? How did the other one work? Yeah, it's down here. Oh, because it's using those modules. I don't really have a space where this could work. Like here, but it still doesn't go further down, so nope. Hold on. Ah, it's so close. Yeah, I don't know if I like the power ports here. Like this power port particularly is annoying. I think we're just gonna do this and then just accept that lights will not be these two locations or these two locations. It will be these two locations here, which is slightly off from the other ones, but well, whatever. We could also do it like this, and then it feels more like it's on purpose. Okay, so this is the basic form. I'm gonna kill this one then. And then let's see how the basic form evolves as we progress it to a higher quality. Or maybe we should just make absolutely sure that it is working. That's what it says. It is working. This is starving. Oh, this is full. This is full. Yeah. All these are good. So it should be everything else is slightly stacked up here, but these are working all the time. Then the ratios are good. Good. Then this one we copy it over to here. And then we use an upgrader. And we upgrade again. Yes. And then we'll see. First of all, let's check ratios. Ooh. Now they are starving here. But we have enough of this, but... Also, there's another problem. This is 96, so it's actually outputting way more than one belt can handle. That seems better. And then two of these. Okay. Timbo, thank you for the 34 months. Level 2 speed and what? Oh, there's 2 speed. Yes, those speeds are not updated. That's weird, actually. Oh, here I'm using level 3 speed. Okay. Well, we are on Vulcanus, so that does seem correct. Yeah. Okay, so that's why. Then it also didn't get upgraded like this. And that could very well change the recipe. Yes! Okay, there's an iron deficit. Definitely there's an iron deficit. But it also needs more than one belt outbound, for sure. Okay, so let's see. Really? It is inserter constrained. Huh. That's interesting. So, I guess we need to do this for the inserters as well. What happened? It does go a little bit down. Yeah, starving. Now it's fine. But that would also mean that I'd have to put it in here, because otherwise it's not a clean upgrade. Let's see how the last one pans out. This one needs to be changed as well. I have to design the same thing for all of it, all stages, so that I ideally don't have to do many upgrades. It should, if I have something, I go like, oh yeah, this green circuit, you can just upgrade it to rare quality. Oh, but then you also have to do this thing and this thing and this thing and this thing, and then no one's gonna remember it. I see rare stop. Are we that far already? Yes and no. This is a workshop, so it's not a progression. It basically means that I design something and then I test how it works with rare quality, and then I test how it works with legendary quality, and then I make it work with legendary quality, and then I migrate that design backwards, so that when I design something for red circuits, which is something I'm going to need many times, then I just know that this red circuit works for normal, rare, and legendary quality, which I think is incredibly powerful, which is exactly what they didn't want to have happen in with this upgrade. But haha. Okay, let's see if this works now. Everything is positive and it's making almost lower substations on the same position. They are not. They need to be as far down as possible. Correct. Yep. See, now it's the same height. Much nicer. And we just have to look for random bottlenecks here. This is already getting absurd. So it's now unable to output fast enough. Yeah, this beacon could be moved one up or the one down. Or no, one up or here, not one down. So those are the two options we have for covering everything. And that means we are actually not able to output fast enough here. It's output constrained. Output full. Because these inserters are not fast enough. Yeah, it does completely trivialize the quantity. Also to a point where I think they should have new recipes that would be like 10 in, 10 out. That would be like, instead of like, there would be nothing wrong with the recipe that said 10 iron plates, 30 copper cables, outputs 30 electronic circuits. That would be so much nicer. Would you also expect stack inserters? No, I will not. Because stack inserters are clever and rare can come before clever. So then I suddenly start constraining it like this. And I don't want to do that. That's kind of my consistency here. But, so you get better throughput, you mean? Not, yes, alternates or whatever, but just, this is useless. Like, looking at things that go like that. That progress bar is useless, that progress bar is even more useless. It's not a good feature. They have outscaled themselves. It's the same as what happened in World of Warcraft when you cast a spell and it deals 217,345 damage. Like, what the fuck? Like, just call it 217 mega damage or whatever. Like, when things scale then and they become silly, then you need to do something. Beacon 1 doesn't allow you to put in more deserters. Hence the reason why I didn't do it. Yeah, I don't like that it's output constraint. That's the one that seems like the most trivial to fix. It doesn't take up more space now, but it certainly outputs more. The problem is now that it outputs more on one of them than the other ones, because it's like one insert on one and two inserts on the other. Suggest is outputting to the left and right of the ear implants. Great minds think alike. Yeah, it is correct. It's not as bad as you'd expect it to look, but because it still doesn't go, it doesn't extend the base, and that's the one of the key points for me. And ugly is not really apparently a concern, because that might be the option, but the fact that it's Why? But if you're talking about having rare before clever, then you won't have productivity 3 either. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Damn. Damn. Scavenger inserters. Ah, right. Like this. I don't know if that's what you meant, but that's true. That is ugly. But yeah, it's kind of funny. It probably makes this a lot more even. That's going to take a while for it to output. Take him out. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Difference between bulk and stack, so it's limited. Yes. In terms of chests, well, it's 90 and 120, so on a legendary. Yeah, it's Guitar Hero. Oh, I forgot my break at 9. I'm gonna take a break here, and then we can contemplate what we want to do. This works, but what do we come up with your thoughts on productivity 3? Because obviously we're gonna need productivity 3 before we get higher quality. I didn't think that through, so be back in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back. So I just checked in on the kids. They usually watch some cartoons or something, or a movie or something in the evening. But now I came in and they were like, what are you watching? You watching House? So they were on episode 4 of House and they were like, it's never lupus. Spoiled the whole show there. You can use stack inserters. Well, my experience was that stack inserters suck. No, that's not it. That my experience is that stack inserters are a nightmare to get quality. Just finished my first playthrough of Timberborn. The game was so much more fun than expected. Where was the whole thing? Yeah. I did end up with 10 by 10 city blocks though, which made planning a lot easier. Nice. Nice. Yeah, so I think that in order to be fair, it would have to be something like this. Because I cannot expect to have quality these, because that is nightmarish to get. And the question is this fast enough? How much is this producing? Oh, this is actually producing less than 1 belt, so maybe we don't need this whole double thingy. Ah, that's funny, then that doesn't work. Funny how that... I don't know if these even need to be upgraded. Beautiful. But hold on. This is now 16. There's no reason for this. This is 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. I mean, if you got one, then you got the other one, right? But now it is not just an upgrade planner from rare to... You need to remember which inserters replace with rare bulk. Yes, you're right, you're right. So it kind of has to be either or. So I think that the upgrade is when you go from normal to rare quality, you change normal inserters to stack inserters. But fuck it, that's not always gonna work, right? Because that's the whole point of this one. This can't accept, this part can't accept stack inserters. Then it breaks. But on the other hand, this one doesn't need any. This doesn't need stack inserters. But obviously this one really needs stack inserters. And it kind of feels... I think that this one should be designed in a different way. Because I think that my logic to this one should be exactly like the other ones. That one. So we just roll the upgrade, realize that it doesn't work, and then switch these to stack inserters. It has to be done like that. We don't need 3 here. I'm thinking of designing an omniscience brick that feeds a discrete number of legendary 16 beacon biolabs as much as I can stuff into them. What is a good science per second to shoot for here? So that the trains don't have a problem feeding it. Or I'm being dumb and should distribute science production throughout my base. Yes. I mean, not being dumb, but there's... Let me just zoom out a little bit so it doesn't make so much noise. The advantage of making one block do everything is that once you've just spent an age designing it, then you just go like, oh, double it, double it, double it, double it, and then everything is fine. The disadvantage is that everything will be poorly scaled at ratio because you're going to build red circuits so many times and green circuits even more times because... no, maybe not, actually. Maybe because maybe you don't even need to do that. I don't know. Maybe it makes sense. It's just such a giant block if you are going to make all the signs in one block. Like, it's not going to be these sidey blocks for sure. I would... okay, so... my theoretical method is designing a brick for each science, then bolting them together with the biolabs. With the biolabs? Okay. Maybe. Yeah. So what I'm imagining is, let's say, like... biolabs here, and then science, and then just jam it in. I don't know. Probably not that many, but how many science are there that can be produced at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 can only be produced in one place, so something like that. Yes, you can do it. I don't know why. I don't think they see any particular huge problems with it. So okay, so we changed our scope quite a bit here. Let's have a look at the harder one. That's the... this next one. Yeah, this is just changing all of it, and then I apply it again. Upgrades this part. Yep. Let's get started, kickstarting it, and then let's see the ratio. Massive deficits here. It's 300 and something, so this again is too fast. That means at this stage we still have to switch over, but no one says that 357 is the right number. right? It could also just be, I don't know, 320 would be a nice number. And in that case, this would be at ratio. That a single legendary biolab with legendary beacons can eat using infinite science. I don't know. 240 is a nice number, yes. But this is... Oh, what happened? Oh, it ate through the whole thing, or what? Is that really it? You're correct that it is a nice number, but there's also something not really working here. Yeah, these are not fast enough, are they? Is that it? No? No, it's this one. It's simply the... oh, right. That's because these are not legendarized. Right. There we go. Now we see the problem. There we go. So at this point you could say, well, that's fine if it's 240, but it's also just way overbuilt for 240. While the other things here, this one, it's about 100. Sure, this is about 28, so... $14 signs per second. Okay. Okay, so decisions. Either we design this, the rare one, to be using 2 belts, because this one's going to use 2 belts anyway. And if we design this to use 2 belts, then we're going to skip the stackers here and put it out on 2 belts, non-stacked. Is it really 8 times faster? Yes, it is. Sometimes more. You can also see here, well, let's look at the red ones. It goes from almost 12 to 154. That's a little bit more extreme. I don't even know how that got so crazy. It is also definitely more than... So that's times 12. This one also seems a little bit low. Yeah, this is times, yeah, times 12-ish is what you should expect. Times 12 is if you look at here, 3.3, and the maxed out one, 40 feet. So it's 3.3. Oops, 3.3 times 12. Yeah, about times 12 is a good measure for the same. Yes, it does stack like that. And then I haven't even figured in the productivity for the processing units. Funny how, why are you not working? Plastic? Why you no plastic? Oh, the plastic is coming in from this one. Or not, though. Yeah. Spin, damn you, spin! Been thoroughly enjoying your Shapes 2 VODs from August and more recently. You've changed how I play the game. Thank you for the content. Thank you! Very nice to hear. That is my intention, if it's for the better. Alright, so can we have some opinions on the middle one? Because the middle one will be dictating. Or basically it's going to be... Oh, I don't think I need your opinion. Sorry. The right answer is, of course, more. Yeah. That means I also have to change this one, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense. This is not necessary. Built this wrong way. Which one? Or that one? Woo. Just see if it's the same build. This looks good. I think I like this build. Don't you need 3 rounds here? Doesn't look like it. Not here either. Ooh, this one's kind of struggling on copper, we know that. Okay, so I think this is a pretty damn good masterclass configuration. Just saying, like, okay, let's make let's make green, red, and blue circuits in various stages as one single blueprint. Blueprint. Nice. So my intention when it comes to masterclasses is that I will make these builds, and then after that we will of course go into science, but maybe I'll stop before and do some module build, because we kind of need a lot of modules for this, so maybe they should be going in together. But I think I need to do a different kind of masterclass on quality, basically sort of more, not sort of here's a build, but more of a what is it actually, and when should you use it? What are the best things to use it for, and what things don't you want to use it for? Sort of less design-wise and more sort of strategy-wise, I guess. Right, and quality upcycling at the various methods of doing it would be a good topic. Honestly, I feel that that's 2 different topics. I think there's one that should be why and what, and then another one that should be how, because otherwise it'll be too much crammed into one video. But game plan, road to everything, legendary and most efficient order for everything. Yes, but that'll be sort of longer, further in the future for sure, because that's a big thing. Right, let me just kind of go through this one and see why. Yeah, it's because these ones are really low quantity. I don't think that's a good idea. That should be 5. I hate it. Because this is the worst blueprint to change. Because you need to change this part of here. And then the other ones will be... That's not that bad. I should just use this one. Oh, but there was a problem with this one as far as I recall.
Illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Hey, UAV guy! Thank you for the 72 months. Jeez, time flies. Well, to the next milestone, your resident lurker. Thank you so much for dropping by. I hope you enjoy the VODs once in a while. Yeah. What was it I found out about this one that I didn't like? I think it was this thing we did last time. Wasn't it? This was perfect ratio? Yes, perfect ratio. We found a way to actually do a perfect ratio. It's so weird. 3 of these, and then like the fact that it's perfect ratio just makes me like I need to do this. Yeah. I like this, but mainly because I managed to figure out a cool way to only have one parameter input. And then the rest is just circuit magic. That's pretty cool, but also a little bit maybe overdone, right? Because if we look at this ratio here, it's just... Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, we're not making quality items. We are not just making... We're making the normal ones. Yeah, actually... As long as we don't make them higher quality, then it's not a problem. But I am literally putting quality in here. Yeah, these ones are making higher quality. But these ones are not making higher quality. Why are they not doing that? What was my rationale for it, except for the fact that they are now applied here? Oh, right. Now I get it. These ones are the bad ones. I don't want these to be quality. The reason why I don't want them to be quality is because if I make them quality, then I end up with a tier 2 rare quality that I have absolutely no use for, and in order to actually use it for something, then I need rare quality rare quality superconductors suddenly, and I don't have that available, and I will not have it available. So it should be like the for tier 1 and the tier 2 to just sprint away, make as much as possible, and then the tier 3 should be unbeaconed. Yes. This, I think I'll try to apply that into a design that we can use for all of them. And I have a idea in mind. That doesn't work. No. It's not a good idea. And I can make the next one below. Plato, you had this large combinator mess to get rid of excess tiers 1 and 2 module. That was messy. It was not messy. It was not at all messy. It was a nice array where you could see what you had an excess of, and it would automatically recycle anything excess. That was not a mess. That was beautiful and well functioning. How dare you? Okay, this is green and red. This is red and blue. So we're going to have a belt of red and blue going all the way through. Then we're going to have a belt of green. Nope, we're just going to have greens going in here. And we're going to have a belt of products. Products here. Nope, no products here. This one goes straight in. This one will go out. In. These should have 2 outputs each. And this belt will contain 2 things. I need it to be here. Okay, so that will be right hand side in the direction of travel. Yep. We could also just save on these and just have it be the same. And then this is going to be output with blue sticks, and this is going to be output with green chips. What's your current plan on how to progress the masterclass? I thought initially you said get on a planet fast, get basic science going, and proceed to next planet. This looks more like established base. Did you shift approach? Why didn't you proceed to Kleber yet? Because Kleber has nothing of value at this point. And so my logic is, you want to get to Vulcanus fast. Then when we got to Vulcanus, I realized that we really need, all of our designs are going to need electromagnetic plants. We can't make circuits without electromagnetic plants. That would be insane. So let's go to Fulgora, unlock the stuff we have. So I have now unlocked the foundries and the electromagnetic plants and Mark III assemblers and beacons. Those are the things we need to make designs. We don't need the cryogenic plant, we don't need the biochambers, and we don't need the stack inserters, and we don't need quality at this point. At that point, we can then start making the base on Vulcanus that will make us science and modules and circuits, and potentially start with upcycling, but only to the extent you want. And then at that point, I'll go to Kleber, unlock the stack inserters and productivity module 3, and then we can go from there. I want to go into rare quality, and from there, then Aquilo, and then legendary, and then happy. That's kind of how I think the progression is right now. Do anything to avoid Kleber. That's true. That's true. Or at least postpone it. It's like the dentist appointment. I have it's next week, not the week starting tomorrow, but the week after. I have HPV vaccine shot and dentist coming up on the same day. It's just like, that's a shitty day. Is there anything else on this one? Not really, I think. Let's have a look at this. I don't know why everyone hates Kleber so much. I actually enjoyed the design challenge there. I did a lot with bots though. I ended up having to create a specific nutrient build for spoilage because it kept running out of spoilage. I'll explain it very, very simply, and I've done it before, but I'll happily do it again. Why everyone hates Kleber, and the people who don't hate Kleber just haven't realized it yet. Just comparing Kleber design to Aquilo design. They are very, very different from everything you've done previously. Like, this is not particularly different. It's just a different size machine, but basically it works the same way. But Kleber with the spoilage and Aquilo with the freezing are very different. On Aquilo, you cannot start the build unless you have solved the design challenge. So it's fun because you design, no, it doesn't work, design, no, it doesn't work, design. I got it. And then it works. And then it does not going to stop working. On Kleber, it's completely the opposite. You are you're designing, and then you're starting it, and then for some fucking odd reason later on, then it's decided that while it was swinging this inserter, it spoiled, and now it's trying to output some spoilage on a belt, and then it's something, 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 and all the things that, yeah, those will only be discovered 15 minutes after you're done designing and you've moved on, or 15 hours after you're done designing, and that's just not fun to do, in my humble experience. It's, yeah, it makes it a hell of a lot less fun to do the design work, because you're not, you can't design it and then go like, aha, it works, and then leave. You kind of always have to come back and check on Gleba, is it still working, is it still working, is it still working, and that just, it's just frustrating. Could the next line share your blue-red belt for extra compactness? Yes and no. I was thinking the same thing, but this one is relying on the sidedness of the belt, so it's going to be a little bit different. Not a goddamn thing is getting made. Well, yes it is, but slowly. Took a bunch of iteration to get it right, but I never found it too frustrating. I did feel less lonely there. Got plenty of visitors. I don't know. I think it's a fun thing, but I think that some things would be... Okay, so I've also done Gleba, and it works really well. But there are still cases you have to think about, okay, what if it spoils? What if I don't have enough? What if I have too much? What if it's stalling because of... like, there are so many things that you have to think of that can go wrong. And after iterating enough through it, then you kind of get the design, and that's going to be happy, and you can get it. But it's a long time before that works. And on top of that, some of the things on Gleba are really high throughput, so you really want to use stack inserters, but you can't use stack inserters because, oops, something spoiled, and now the stack inserter is full of spoilage, and it got stuck. So I think there are just some anti-synergies on Gleba. The fact that stack inserters just don't work with spoilage, with anything that spoils, which is literally everything on Gleba. So I think that those anti-synergies are just kind of killing a lot of the fun. Ooh, I have this new feature, but I can't use it. Fire chambers and stack inserters recycle themselves. What? Recycle themselves? How does that make it less painful? Yeah. Make a green circuit belt sharing between the two lines. I suppose I could. 2.26. I don't think I want to have a shared belt of this. Well, maybe I do. Just kind of... It would obviously be down here. It can be moved over here, or it can be moved back. Not this, but here it can be made. Which means... power lines. Then this one can't output anything. Could it also be doing... See, that's nice and all, but I don't think that it's gonna work. I don't know about you. You have to be somewhere else then. That doesn't work. No. There it was. I knew that there was something, but I couldn't figure out how. But that's perfect. Huh? Still not. Level 2 is missing long inserter. That's okay because it's neither using green nor this one. So it's okay. Lots of factory games being announced. Really? Or please share them, the ones that are being announced, because I haven't seen any. I was just sort of ruminating, contemplating over the fact that there wasn't anything new being announced earlier today. So by all means, if you got something, share it with us. On the PC game show. Sure, still still interested, even though it's on the PC game show. And that will go out here, and you will then get in here. I wonder if that's is it gonna be fast enough? Oh, this one should be something else. Okay, I know that, so shut up already. Aha, it's not working. It's not working. Because that is obviously going to be a different... But each one. Yeah. So I guess it works if we do exactly the same. So there's a way to double it. This might not be so bad. Yeah, probably more people into... Yes, absolutely. Can we just delete that message, please? Thank you. And the last ones are just not working. Why? It should be completely at ratio. Yes. Well, obviously, if it's a ratio, then it'll start fill up this one first, and only in the end let it flow through. This one also needs to get up to 6 here. This is an incredibly compact build, but also, like, I feel a little bit silly by doing it this way, don't I? I think this is a solid build. The one thing I'm kind of wondering is, could I also use... No, I couldn't use this for output. This is already used for input input, so I can't use it for output as well. And I don't mind putting him just in here. This is fine location. Yeah, I think this is a very solid build. How fast does it produce? You need about 5 of these to get 1 per second. Yeah. But you still use product. Tell me why. Where's the logic? I also use speed modules. Shouldn't you use the same argument for speed modules? Because you have infinite resource, so just build twice as many. Because that's the reason. It's... I don't have... I use productivity modules for red circuits, because otherwise I need way more red circuit builds. I'm going to take the most extreme case here. This build is 154. If I took this and removed all of that, it's a lot less, so it's 50% productivity I lose. And sure, you could just put some speed modules in, but then you need more belts, and then you need a bigger build, and then you need more, and then it gets a lot bigger. So it's because of the size constraint generally that it's the same reason why you use speed modules. Like, I could just build 100 of these and not have any speed modules and not have any productivity modules. I don't put it here because this step is infinite, but this step is not infinite. Plastic, for example, is everything. You can also say, like, yes, it's infinite because it's lava, but really, if you go to Navis and find 22 million and put some legendary big mining drills on them, that's infinite as well. It's these blobs here are effective. Not this one, but many of these out here, as long as you go a little bit out, they are effectively infinite because of hundreds of mining productivity plus legendary miners only using 8%. So yeah, productivity of speed modules at higher at legendary, it absolutely is. I think I'm pretty sure we tested that at some point. Like this. What is this? This is one beacon. Well, that's... Oh, what? Stop giving me warnings like this. Where were we? Here. And the same build, but this one with speed modules. 16 and 14. But the difference in how much consumption? 21 and 10. Yeah. So you produce a little bit more, but you use twice as much resources. No thanks. No thanks. Yes, and it compounds, like productivity times productivity times productivity. That gets kind of ridiculous when you get up to something that is many levels of... That's a lot of free stuff you get. So, but I would sort of say, yeah, in general, you don't need it as much. I don't use it. You can see here, I don't use it for anything that's lava based because, fuck it, we can just pump some more lava. And the effort of scaling up, if this one turns out to be running out of lava, then it's just putting another pump in, and then maybe another pump to push it to closer, which is a really small overhead for doubling things, while building the whole build 2 times is not great. Alright, I think this is an excellent module build. What do you guys think? I could do sort of put it out on the 3rd belt and then collect it out here in 1 box, but I really don't care about boxes. As long as it's putting in here, then we just had to set sort of some kind of limit on this. I don't know what that limit should be, but it should be something. Robots are pretty busy. Yeah, of course. Or you can just get more and better robots. That's kind of not really a concern here. Yeah, better robots. Now they're faster. Is the max? Yes. Is it even worth it to keep researching productivity on blue circuits, for example, and still use the speed modules? No. Yeah. You get to the point where blue circuit productivity, this one, when you get this one to 250%, then you shouldn't get it any further, because this inherent productivity will get you the rest. And at that point, you don't need this. But what I would say is that I would generally go for, now it's 175 productivity bonus. I would go so that it balances out. First, try to get this one to 125. And then it's at 125, then you're maxed out on productivity. If you go further, then you can start taking the productivity out from here. But that's like small gain. At that point to win more, yes. There's also the argument that we can skip the production of reds and greens, because we'll just only make this and then destroy them. That's a different, yes, that's a different brick. Let's see. I think that I'm honestly happy about this. I know it's not like city block sized, but oh, I can do this. No, I cannot. Fortunately, I don't think there's room for it like this. No. That is actually a problem. I mean, problem, but it's a thing. Yeah, 3D update. Yes, indeed. If this was a 1x2 shapes block, So it's a mid quality processing. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want. This is not for quality. This is making quality modules, yes, but it's not actually a quality build. Damn, it's too wide. Can I look at this really intensely and just go like, could I make it smaller? Productivity modules is for now is, yeah. Yeah, that's true. That is true. And getting spoilage over here is not really a big deal. Quick recycle. That's a good point, actually. Not even a quick. That's a great point. Equidistant. There you go. So what would this be like? First of all, quality. I'm not gonna assume that we have these qualities yet, but you can just upgrade them when you get around to it. And the quality, the sequence of quality is from here and outwards. This one should actually be something else. Should be blues. And then this one is something else. Is it tungsten plate? Is that what they need? No, the other one. Flash and requested. Go. Oh look, we have that. What a coincidence. Oops. I painted it here. That one also got. And then this one is spoilage. Yes, but we also need to research it. That's also coming from Clever, so there's that. Oh look, we have spoilage as well collected in this one. What do you know? Zoop, zoop. Oof, this might... Well, it is going to be fast enough. It's not really fast at all. So. Craig after this? Oh yeah, sure. Let's do a break now. Then they can start shoveling along. I just don't know what I should... I feel I should have a collective one that says how many. Like I should have a circuit based like I do on Novice. Damn it. Where are my circuits? That one. Somewhere here that says how much I have, how much I want. Like I do for the hub, so that I can control it in one place instead of at all places. Let's do that. After the break. Oh, I should remember to break 14.1. No, it's 15.1. Cool. Be back in 2 minutes. And welcome back. All right, so there we go. And there was something in general about recent factory game announcement at the PC Gaming Showcase. Skyrig, Railborn, Kaizen, a factory story. Ooh, Dawn Apart. Generation Exile, Modulus are some of the new. That's interesting. Let me just clickety-click on this and see. Please don't start auto-playing things. Okay, I can't figure that out. Okay, so let me look a little bit on these on Steam. They must have Steam pages then. Skyrig to be announced. Automation, strategy, base building, science. We'll just click on wish list and follow. Just and Railborn. I guess that's probably something about trains. Also to be announced. Okay, that looks weird. But, you know, weird can be good. I'll just... Something, a factory story is interesting. Man, I would not want to be a game developer these days. It just seems so punishing. Like, you get like 2 weeks and then it fizzles out, and so few games keep sort of have an impact. But on the other hand, I don't know the the economics of a game, because you can say like, okay, well, if you sell, I don't know, like 10,000 games at $30 a piece, that's actually a lot, even after Steam takes their cut. So let's play with some numbers here, right? You send 10,000 copies, which I think is a lot, right? Like, what games do we think sells 10,000 copies? Or more likely, what is the maximum concurrent players? And then we should multiply that by something to figure out what the actual players is, times $30 or euros or whatever, and then times 0.7 because Steam, right? You know, on the other hand, 10,000 copies is also a lot. But on the other hand, you can also say that a solo developer can work a long time at the prospect of $200,000 incoming, right? So, but on the other hand, you can't live off the prospect of many. There's simultaneously a lot and like nothing. Exactly, that's the thing. Like, you have a global distribution platform, so you also have, like, if word of mouth spreads, then it's gonna be a lot, right? And I don't know. I don't know. Can you see like concurrent players somehow? Because something like Blueprints, for example, right? Can we just Google that? Blueprints. Steam charts. Steam chart. All-time peak is 20,000. Then, I don't know, can we guess that it'll be at least 10 times as much as the all-time peak? Because the all-time peak was 10 days after the release date, where a lot of people were probably already done with it, and a lot of other people never even started playing it yet. Steam is sales. Steam estimated sales, and then an AI overview. Blueprints, a puzzle game, is estimated to have generated around 4.4 million revenue on Steam. See, now the thing is, I doubt about anything that an AI overview was like, that could just come up with that 4.4 million. Like nothing about that one. Oh, okay. So detail breakdown. So they got it from some other site. Well, of course, and I didn't just come up with it. Access restricted. Haha. Well, AI didn't care about that. Yeah. Blueprints copies sold estimated 255, 250. Yeah, 250, 400, 600. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Bet all time is about 1/5 of overall sales. Maybe for a game that's been out for 2 months, yes, but a game that like Factorio, obviously it's not. So I think we sort of have to sort of weigh it in different ways about, okay, what's a bad example, because it's a really a gem. I know this, that might be a bad example, but you can also say like something like Shapes 2, where Tobias was here and someone was asking how many people do work, and it's currently 11. So you also have to rake in some sales to have 11 people employed, and it doesn't mean that there are 11 people full-time employed. There could also be like a part-time artist, or maybe they hire someone who is a Steam expert because you only need something like that, right? So, but a game like, I don't know, like Foundry, which is not making waves, but you know, it's going to be interesting. I'd love to get an insight into sort of the actual sales, because you have to sort of, there's going to be a long tail, and it's about sort of fattening that tail. You will have your spike when things are new, and then it tapers off. There's also the other part. When you look at my numbers of saying you just sell 10,000 copies, like, how valuable is a sponsorship by an influencer? Like, how many sales of Shapes 2 have I generated? Like, how many people would not have bought Shapes 2 if it hadn't been for my showcase and me playing it? Like, obviously, I put a lot of effort into it, both on Twitch and on YouTube, and that's way more than any developer would pay for. But still, like, that has immense value. Ryan made a visual novel by himself and was able to live pretty comfortably for 2 years. Nice. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, this is also the thing about YouTube. If you actually make it, like, the sky's the limit. If you make something viral and make 1 million views, and then you can make something else and make 1 million views, and it's like there's no distribution cost for any incremental. Like, when you have a virtual product, there is no distribution cost, which is amazing, and there's no scaling, because if you're, some of you are probably working as consultants, you can't scale. That's it. You can work more, but there's a very hard upper cap to how many hours you can work and bill out to clients. Because most consultants are billed by the hour. You can raise your price, but still, it's never going to be like, it doesn't scale very well, because you have a maximum number of hours and you have a maximum hourly rate. And even the most expensive SAP chief architect consultants also cap out at something where there's a point where you're like, no fucking way, we're paying more than, I don't know, the highest or lawyers, like partners in lawyer companies and stuff like that. It could be like, I don't know, somewhere between 500 and 1,000 euro an hour. So, consider Shapes 2 based on your recommendations. Well, need to go a little bit more. Oh, Gunther, by the way, you said something about the weird to see me comment out in the wild. I cannot remember when I last commented on a YouTube video. I think I did. I think I commented like once this year. And that was to give credit to someone who did something YouTube or factory oriented. Crossbar stitch. Oh, the crossbar stitches. Yes. Okay. On the other hand, the majority of games YouTube never go out. Exactly. That's the point. Like, it's just the same as musicians or sports or athletes, right? Most don't become stars, and well, that sucks. So, okay, what is it I want to do from this one? Do I expect to have a lot running? No. So, how much? But I will upcycle parts though. Do I want that? Well, I will upcycle it from... Yeah, actually I don't know what I'm gonna do, because if I get some uncommon quality and I put them in here... Oh, nothing happened. Oh. There's a high risk that what I get out is completely useless to us. Yeah, all of this is completely useless. Right. Or is it? Because if we embrace this method, then we could add another one here. That would then be like that. And this one here would be that. Because, you know, I will get a little bit of it, and those little bits will need to be going somewhere. Get you out here for... This will only have that one. Yeah. You can't combo about game dev. Yeah, I'm not quite done with that actually. I want to get a little bit back to this about game development, and because very much the same thing is true about content creation. Like, it's the same potential upsides, but it's also sort of an infinite scalability potentially. But the biggest part is that making it. And I don't know if I was to make a game, then obviously if I made a factory game, I could hype the hell out of it. And that in itself would probably guarantee, I don't know, some thousands of sales. All right, Cyber, thank you for the prime. I'm pretty sure I could do that in thousands of sales. Absolutely, I have no doubt. If the game is not utter shit, then yes. But that would actually be like an interesting prospect. Like, how valuable would a partnership be? The biggest factor about being a successful Twitch YouTuber is luck. It's a huge part of getting traction. Yes or no? It is funny when you ask people who are successful, they will attribute their them making it to skill, while people who didn't make it will attribute it to luck. And the thing is, I think there was a good Veritasium video some time ago, like many years ago, about sort of if everyone is really good, then luck is a much bigger factor, because everyone is scoring really good, and therefore the luck is what pushes you into the 99 percentile instead of the 95 percentile where everyone is. Then that small variation, 1% variation, gets you just that hit. But I also think that this is a thing in life, and I'm also advocating, is that luck is, and I think probably someone has like a motivational poster that says luck is something times something, which is silly, but you have to you can't sit on your ass and be lucky. You have to seek opportunities to be lucky, and you have to be ready when luck strikes to make the most of it. So you can be lucky and not get anything out of it if you're just not ready to seize the opportunity. Or you can just not be in a situation where you can get lucky. Like, you gotta put yourself out there in order to be lucky. But you also have to sort of, like, you can say that in my case, I did something that was very deliberate, and it worked. But it was also really fortunate that Factorio was on the rise at the time that I started, and I loved that game. And I wouldn't have been able to do the same thing for many other games. But on the other hand, I only got traction on YouTube when I started doing something specific that was different from someone else and had my own sort of theme and style to it, which wouldn't have happened. Like, you needed that kind of luck to get into it, but on the other hand, you also need to be able to leverage the luck. I really think dedication is all. It is not. It is absolutely not. If you sit down today and want to be a League of Legends streamer, you have barely any chance. The thing is, if you're a streamer, you have two metrics you can work on. You can be the best, or you can be entertaining, and it's really tough because being the best, like if you're a speedrunner and you're not the fastest, who gives a shit? You want to watch if you can watch all the speedrunners play this game, you're gonna watch the one who has the world record, because if all those things being equal, so you gotta be something else, right? And it's or at least competing for it. My wife thinks I'm funny. Well, that's good enough. Yeah, and there are so many streamers. You can take any category and you can just scroll down and see people, hundreds of people with one viewer, and they work much harder than I do. Much harder than most streamers who made it do. So, if I thought it was super boring, I would still watch because I love that Blaze does. Exactly. That's you have to have a niche. You have to have something that is unique, something that is appealing, and having a specific style is something. Like, you can be a big titty goth anime VTuber. That'll get views. Or you can try some other things, right? And having a unique design criteria is my thing. And then talking about other stuff, right? So it is, in my humble opinion, the biggest American fallacy that is perpetuated and keeping the middle class and the lower class, middle and lower class, is the idea that if you just work hard enough, you too can achieve your dream. And then you sort of dig through a game and go like, look, Eminem, like, there's a special type of talent there, or Oprah, or someone else. Like, yeah, but there's a hell of a lot of people who work 16-hour days, being a waitress at 3 different cafeterias, and she's never ever gonna make it. She's barely breaking even. But people just have this absurd, like, if I just work harder than anyone else, then I too can make it. And people say that when they make it, and it's just not true. That's where luck comes in. So, upgrade to a VTuber. Seriously. So it is luck, or whatever that metric would be called, is definitely a part of it as well. So okay, let's get this there. No, that's actually not true. That's the only thing that isn't true. There. That's confusing. There. Should be. Then I don't think I need to. It seems silly. There you go. Yeah. Put it from the recycler instead of iBots, so that the recycled quality materials don't end up spread out everywhere else in the base. Okay. Okay, let me think about that. I like the idea. Okay, let me not do that. Let's cut this out at least, so I don't have to rebuild it again. Not sure I like this. Because then that stuff gets stuck in here. It's no. I think I would do something like this. Yeah. Woohoo! It's coming in. This video, but it's just switching between 2 frames of webcam. Focused on talking. Don't you output for normal quality? Nope. Oh, you should be like that. No, because I won't have normal quality out of this. It can't produce normal quality. It can only produce... And shouldn't I also get this one? I think so. I mean, it shouldn't be running around random places, but it could. If it ends up somewhere, then we need to be able to get it in here. Oh, this one can't output anything. Oops. Yeah. I like this one. Yeah, once you unlock epics, it could fill up. Yes. But then... then I still have that option, right? So maybe you should actually include that option right now. I think that's good. That is nice and symmetric and all, except for the stuff that isn't symmetric. What happened to this one? This one doesn't have an output. Ooh, yeah, okay. Let's do this then. Yeah. It's like slightly sped up. Yes, absolutely. Like this is a little bit too. This looks like power is not working. Alright, this one's quite a bit sped up, but still. But this one looks like something is broken. Legendary to right? No, no. I don't want legendary here because this is not something that scales into legendary, in my opinion. I think legendary would be crafted in a different way. The disadvantage of this is that I have to have a single one of these for every build. But I'll never have the Mark 1s. And you could also say that, well, if you're now accepting having the Mark 2, because I recycle them, then I could also get here. But if I do also produce these, then I get a surplus of of modules compared to the sticks and the greens and the blues circuits. So the sticks will be, on average,
the same. Nom 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 nom. And still waiting for this. But it is also lower quantity, so it is more susceptible to randomness. You can always choose not to unlock epic until you have legendary. Yeah, but actually this particular one I wanted for legendaries, because there's a difference. Of course there's a difference, right? 4 quality and 4.7 quality. It adds up. Quality is so low percentages that I really like this build. It is using pretty much the whole space, and it does that. I'm wondering about legendary, but I don't think so. I think it would be weird to put legendary in here. Yeah. And then these have to be... Oops. Trash unrequested. I don't know why I decided that this one should be 200. That kind of annoying to me. One stack size must be a fine sizing of this. And I'm not capping this, but I do need to cap the whole build. So. And this one should also be requesting that one. By shifting the epic one tile to the right and putting the uncommon requested chest in between. Yes, I can. Yeah. But I don't think that... I don't think I want legendary to be here, so that's the point here. This one's also doubtful whether this will see a lot of action. And you. Good. Trash unrequested. Oh, it's the wrong one. Now that's coming in. Yes. Ooh, 30 on the way. Nice. This one also got incorrect. Thank you. That's a really nice build. The only thing we're missing is the hub part here. This part. First of all, I'm gonna, unfortunately for you, take you out of this build. I think that's a good place to keep it.
and then I'm gonna be building another one of these, which will then be called. I don't know, this is not hub, this is just... Quality modules. That's a good name. Bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Hey, Silver Seasonal, good evening, good to see you. See, I couldn't have stopped the stream earlier because you weren't here for the first hype train. And therefore, I was like, oh, wow, maybe you're not here. So, but thank you for the 200 bits. The hype train ended with no bits donated. So I was like, whoa, something is missing. Someone is missing. You're the one who set the expectation, not me. Alright, so how many do we think we want of this? 100 normals? And do we want to cap the other ones? No. I don't think we're at a point where we start deleting normals to get them. It will just be incidentally. Woo, Memstick! Thank you for the tier 3 for 20 months. 2 metric years. Nice. You don't auto-feed robots on all worlds? No, not really. Thank you, Mark, for the 5 gift subs. And by the way, Mark, you have probably noticed, but there's a 35% discount on 5 bundle gift subs. So the more subs you buy, the more money you save. How about that? I really don't think I want to constrain the other ones, but I absolutely want more than this. I want 500 of each. Right? Shadow Charlie, thank you for the gift sub. Not quite the 35% discount for you, but thank you. And thank PDHR, utilizing that. Saving 35% right there. And you know, money saved is money earned, and the money you save you don't pay taxes on, so it's kind of counting double, right? Isn't that bad logic extraordinaire? Okay, so now I want to figure out how this works. It's the green line. So the green line comes from here to there, right? That tells us output signal. But only the positive output signal, yeah? Here, there's a positive output signal. There's a oh, really? How many do we have of these? Oh, we've actually produced it for quite a while now. Can pass on saving money, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so now I need to take from this outbound. I don't want to constrain the first ones. I think I actually just want to let them fill up the belt. But I want to constrain that one, that one, that one. And then here. Okay, so you're only going to be enabled when that is greater than 0. That's pretty good, I think. Alright, so we got the hype train started. We also got level 1 completed. And let's, oh. Here, to here, and then off. I love the fact that this is such a simple design now. That we set it one place, and then here you don't have to set it, and it's also something as simple as just when the value is greater than 0, craft. When it's not, don't craft. Always better. It always better is it would give 30% extra subs at the same price instead of reducing price. At least in my mental model, free stuff. Yes, I agree. That's also why we saw a lot of subs when there was like a chance of getting something, because it was like, oh, can I be the one who rolls 50 extra subs, even though on average it was like 15% subs, extra subs. Then it still felt great to be the one who generated the big extra bonus subs. So I thought that was a much better way, even though it's like, ooh, gambling. So, yeah, discounts are less sexy.
More shall gather.
Ooh, Mark, thank you for the
More shall
10 gift
enter the
subs.
fray.
Well, that is a little bit sexy, I must admit. A little bit sexy. Okay, so this block I think is actually done. And we got some non-block based, but yeah. This one is fine. And this is the launcher. We think. It's also a nice grid. Oh, except for that part. You deleted one EM plant in quality. I did? Yeah, I did. Huh. That was odd. That was weird. Yeah, so this is a completed design, and it tells us how much we need. And Candyman, thank you for the 11 months.
Champion returns.
Yeah, it's actually, if you are a subscriber, then it's not actually the act of subscribing that adds to a hype chain. It is the notification,
Our illustrious champion
not the actual
returns.
subscription.
Welcome home.
So you might have a subscription just running, but and then still have that pop up like, oh, celebrate your anniversary. Click that. Bothers me to these crossing lines here. Don't know how they got here, but they're certainly going away now. There. Good. And Natal Wars, thank you for the 44 months. If I could give this up, I'll give 5 back. Just saying. Some of those are really out of sync for me. Like 2 weeks out of sync. What is out of sync? Leftmost? Straight powerful. That's not actually straight powerful. It's that one. Otherwise they don't work because I forgot to put the powerfuls in on the other ones. On the higher quality ones. Which I really should do. Huh? Why is it not the same? You are not the same.
Tales of our endeavors.
Candyman, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. There's some light issues here. Yeah, we'll do that. And then this is issue the same thing. All right, where are we on this train? We are level 2, so. Okay. Let's see. What have we done today? We have. Okay, I need to take this out because this doesn't do anything anymore. We got a nice block of module production and recovery and all that stuff, and including the starting little bit of building up the quality here. Then we have all of these builds done, and we should then start looking at some of these builds. Ooh, Mark! Wow, you are really carrying this one.
Enter the fray.
Really need to find some allies for Mark to help with this one. Come on, who's pushing it over? Yeah, 3 subs. 3 subs in the last 30, 40 seconds. Come on, we can do it. Yeah, someone has to be maybe just 5 gift subs or just a few people with their prime, then we can do it. Ooh, Samagot, that was you for helping. Thank you, Samagot, for pushing it into a level 3. Tenebros, thank you for the 7 months. That was 1. And DPS LWK, thank you for your 4 months. Oof. Well, Samagot, I think we can safely say that you saved it because there was 3 subs missing and there were 2 subs coming in.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly
Okay.
appreciated.
I am thinking that when now I transition to looking at science. Let's put something like this. Yeah. So if I look at all of these, they're the same speed ratio and stuff. RV Winkle, thank you for your 40 months of Prime. Then they are not the same. The slowest one is, as always, the... Okay, this makes no sense. Why are these not the same? Oh, right, it's speed module 3 there. Yeah, let's keep that. Let's keep it to module 3 here, but there you go. Let's do this. So they are the same. And is this going to be my baseline? For the build? Because I want to design a build that I can scale up easily. Okay, so let's try and scale this up and then scale the other ones down so it becomes around this 3. Way too much. I need a little bit more. There you go. And then this one should also be military science. Those are the green ones. I'm guessing these two. Hey, Anonymous also joining in with the 5 gift subs. Alright, we are making progress towards the next level. There we go. Let's have a look. 3.9, 3.8, 3.7. This is too slow and green is too slow. Okay, so we need another green here and we need 2 more of these. Just kind of... Yes, so the lowest is here and everything else is a little slightly up above. I guess this is going to be our baseline for building it right now. Ooh, and Shadow Charlie is also coming in. Thank you, Shadow Charlie. We've 1 minute and 30 left, and we are halfway through level 3. Right? Yes, we're heading to level 4. So there's hope. There's hope for an extra 14 subs, and yeah. Woo! Mark with the 10 gift subs. Nice. We're now getting really close. Well, I mean, close to level 4 at least. Let's get an extra hour. Yes, I mean, it's a national holiday tomorrow, so no worries for me. Hello, thank you for the Prime and welcome. DDKS, thank you for 38 months. Now we are 2 subs away. 2 subs. Mark got me. Yay! Well.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Right, so 2 subs for rolling it over to next level. Yeah. I wonder which one I should start on first. Also, maybe this is a better option. No, it's not. Oh no, we're not gonna make it. This might roll out. I'm gonna watch it roll out. 30 seconds, but it's not 30 seconds, it's 8 seconds. That was it.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
That was on 0. I saw 0. What happened to the sushi hop? We did the idea. Yes, it was an awful idea. It was a good idea, but it didn't work. Oof. Carter, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. That was way too close. Yes, it was. It was. I saw 0 on my countdown, playing it a little bit too close. But okay, hey, if it works, it works. So I want to do this, but I think I'll build it in a complete shape because otherwise it looks silly. And Shadow Charlie, thank you for 245 bits. From the exact ratio of 5, 6, 5, 12, 7, 7. Ah, okay. Let's actually look at that. 5, 6. Yeah, 12, but they have to be 12 with one beacon applied then. 7, 7, and what was this one? That must be 6. So gray is too much, and yes, thank you. Well, that's a much better idea. Thank you. Sim, that's a much better idea. This is something we can perfect ratio, then it just looks weird. So be it. Perfect ratio, we like that. Yes, thank you. Thank you for, I mean, I don't know why I didn't think of that, but I didn't. So, if we look at this one, because let's start with something annoying. Oh, by the way, this was the major milestone, or it was not the major milestone, it was the penultimate major milestone. We still have the 97%, 93% of the way towards 11 and a bonus hour. Right. If I look at this, that one we're already producing. We should be at least. This one we're already producing, so that's fine. So actually it's only the flying robot frames that I want to do. Right? Because I don't think... this one might be the only one that actually uses anything in high quality. Whoa, Mark! Wow, 30 gift subs. That is now very insistent. Now someone else has to carry the rest of it, right? That is amazing. Looks like there's no sleep left for the wicked. Thank you so much, Mark. And everyone else who's joining. So, looking around, see if anyone wants to join in. Oh, it's somehow it mistriggered, so we're gonna hear them one by one, a lot of them. Well, that's amazing. The good news is that when we hit that, we don't have to worry about the hype train anymore. So, and with 2 minutes left,
Steel yourself. We are building an army.
right. So, actually, what I want to build now is
A new subscriber.
Oops.
Come, steel yourself. We are building
Let's try
an
to look at
army.
this. So now I just want to figure out how to make these things.
A new subscriber.
And then sort of build it. And Looney Boy, thank you for the 500 bits. Alright, we're getting closer. And Mirage with the 12 gift subs. Thank you so much, Mirage. Very much appreciated. And we got hit our target.
We are
Sweet.
building
Bonus
an
hour today.
army.
I'll take a break after the stream. Or after the hype chain completes in 5 minutes.
We are building an army.
Thank you.
A new subscriber
And
arrives.
we'll keep doing all of this and go
Fills
up.
you with determination.
This is not even close to enough.
A new subscriber arrives.
Still missing some.
It fills you with determination. More shall gather.
More shall enter the fray. Actually, I think I want this to be in its own. And then I think I want it to be top right hand corner is where you actually make it, because then it makes sense to go into this one.
Bestowed. More shall
somewhere.
gather. More shall enter the fray.
Is it here? Yes. So the intention is to have one block making what I need, and then some things that are low quantity or generic resources, I'll just bring them in by robots, because that's the intention. And then we'll see how that goes, how that plays out. And everything has to be built over ratio here, right? So that's a little bit over ratio. That's good. I have to go get another Red Bull, maybe. I could also take my break now, and then it'll actually be on time, because the hype train is gonna run out. But even if someone wants to, then I'll still come back before the hype train is all out. So be back in 2 minutes. Yeah, powerful correct ratio. You're absolutely right. Right, I'm back. Oh no, the last 10 seconds. Oh no, because I wasn't here, we wouldn't get the extra. I have a strong suspicion we wouldn't have reached those 62 subs no matter how much hype I would have hyped it. Damn, these Red Bulls are banged up. I dropped every single one. Stupid gravity. Ooh, we can't even stand straight. All right. Hey, Hardliner. Hey, good to see you. Thank you for the 31 months. Welcome back, I could say. Okay. Talibu. Is it worth launching Red Sign to space? It costs so little that the rocket cost is a lot more. Yes. Where else would you build it? You're gonna build it somewhere. You want to build it on a spaceship, then you have to build the spaceship for it. You want to build it on Novice, then you have to build the logistics for getting the ore brought in there and make sure you keep having enough. And so it's like you have to build it somewhere. So why not build it here and then have it as a fixed cost and then upgrade it continuously? I have a feeling that dropping some subs on each level works better to get others to help than doing one big donation. Oh, it absolutely does. Of course, I mean, you still carried it with half of all the subs that was needed. So, but yes, it absolutely is, and it also works better when it's someone in chat who is helping with hyping than if it's me hyping it. So yeah, absolutely. Why do you send it into rockets instead of using labs here? Because I don't really like building labs here. No, that's not it. Because it's way easier. Way easier. Why is it way easier? Because if I was building labs here, then I would have to make logistics. That means trains and how I make the trains around lava and city blocks and all that crap. to bring them over to the labs. And all of them, all 6 of them, have to be brought into the same lab. Or I just launch them to space and then ferry them over to Nilaus, and I drop them down, and they are handily delivered right next to my labs already. So, and of course eventually biolabs, but that's not actually the argument. The best, even without biolabs, it's logistically much simpler to just bring it in on a belt here, launch into space, and then drop it down somewhere else. So it might even be easier to bring it to space and drop it down on the same planet even. Can you even do that? Is that possible? Yes, you can. Why not build some of the science in space? Then all you need to do is drop it, because then you need to build spaceships that actually not sit over Nilaus, because they can't collect anything over Nilaus, so they have to move back and forth. And I don't have quality materials, so at the time of building this I don't have quality materials, so you're gonna have to build it with base materials. That sucks. So that's why. You can build some pretty good spaceships in space that just make science, but I don't think this is the time for it. I have it already. Let's see. Already done that. I think. We had some... No, I think we stopped making those spaceships. Oh yeah, yeah, look at that. I have legendary space science, legendary red science, legendary green science, legendary blue science, legendary yellow science. Not purple, not military, because those are impossible. You'd have to have an immobile platform over Nilaus to Vulcanus to slingshot the science back to the surface. Yes, you would. Just come up with some new tech. It is definitely possible. I have doubts whether it is worthwhile. Like let's think of something where it could be. Let's try to come up with a scenario where it would be valuable to send things into space purely to send it back to itself. For example, we have reserved the space down here for trains, so we can get things in on trains and then ferry them out. So for example, plastic. Plastic is used a lot of places, and we're going to build it one place. So for example, I go down here, make a plastic build, because this is a convenient plastic build. There's tons of coal nearby. Lovely. We build some plastic, we get some sulfur, we get some lava. Yummy, yummy, yummy. And then I need to bring the plastic all the way up to a build up here that needs to do something. I don't know. See, here there's some space. Or maybe this is where we end up building plastic, and then I need to bring it down here to some science build or some red circuit build. Then it might actually be better to launch it into space, drop it down here, put it on a train, drive it down here. That could be a thing, right? But that's kind of the only thing that it would make sense. Like right now, we keep it crowded because it makes sense, but there is really no reason why this landing pad should be near any of these things. Like none of this is particularly important. I mean, yeah, we have a little of launchers here, but we're gonna need more launchers eventually. Well, this, for example. So I don't think it's... I think it's a good tech, but this applications is very niche. It has to be something that is so high quantity that it doesn't make sense to transport on by robot. It has to be something that is very efficient to transport on spaceship. Circuits and plastic are the only real good candidates. Why you do this in creative mode and not in a new playthrough? I mean, designing all. Because I'm designing, and sitting here and waiting for enough modules is awful. Plus, then I can't do designs like this, where I do a design and then I see how it works in the mid game and the late game as well. I couldn't do that. Then I could only do it in early game and then go like, I hope I can apply it also to late game. So this is a design space. This is not a new playthrough. Yeah, why not put it on a train near the production instead? Exactly. So your plan is to start a new playthrough with all the blueprints? Or are you just doing this for fun? Okay, I'm not doing it for fun. I'm doing this for work. This is my job. So I do it because I have to. This is what pays the bills, right? Is that a good answer? No, I'm not just doing it for fun, but I'm also just not. I like doing design parts in Factorio, and this is design. This is doing design, and the emphasis is on design. So I don't want to sit here and wait for enough modules to be crafted before I can continue design work. So I just want to be designing, and that's it. Hence why I do it this way. Yeah, literally hates to do it. I know, I hate it. It's just, it's such a grind, but whatever. It's what you demand, so. Alright then. Right? That's how it is. It's the daily grind of being a YouTuber. It's just, it's that or the coal mines. This ratio is going to be so off by the time we done with it. Yeah. Oops. So now the question is this deficit enough to counteract this surplus? Yes. There's productivity of 24% here. So I'm just looking at how much I am crafting. 0. That is how much I'm crafting of this. And then I get it in here, and then I craft this many engines. And then I craft this many robot frames. 1? How did that just become 1.00? What the hell? Are you going to try the build in Rare and Legendary too? Yes, that's the idea. Which of course will completely screw up the ratios. But I want to design the ratios here and then see how it works when I upgrade it. And this thing here requires 0.8. Okay, so we could actually probably make do with less. Okay, so anyway, if I have 2 of these, it's enough all the way in. But if I have 2 of these here, that's 0. Then it only becomes like this, 0.8, and that's not enough. I need 0.875. Okay, so I have now concluded that I need 3 of these, I need 2 of these, 2 of these is enough. Here. Okay, so all of this, what other items do we need that we don't have? We need a little bit of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. We need some batteries. There's just, these quantities are ridiculously low. It feels so weird. Can I ask a Shapes 2 related question? Absolutely. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, but it's not 0.65, it's 0.651. And then probably from rounding. Yeah. So basically they're almost not worth it to build in the foundry. Or maybe just cast iron and casters and yeah, and steel. But then I might also just go like, well, let's also craft that one. And you could also go like, well, should we also craft the low density? We're definitely not going to craft the processing units. On the other hand, processing units, it's half of the build, right? My point here is that this build would certainly get us all of the blue circuits we need. But let me see if we can take all of this and break it down to its constituent parts. So for example, now I want to break down the processing units. That means we're not going to be using this design, but we're just going to take a look at how many processing units we need. Oh, that's actually going to be really difficult. Because what is the level of productivity we have at this point? I think we need to estimate it. We don't need to estimate it because the answer is 2. This is an incredibly valuable research. Can we assume we have a little bit of that? Is there a way to make asymmetric operations work at 100% speed? Like if you split a shape, then do something to one side of it and then put it back together. No, yes, there is. And that is, make sure that lines 1, 2, 3, 4 go into 1, 2, 3, 4. So that when you split, then number 1 is consuming number 1. That they consume the same shape that they split from. Then it can work. But if you somehow go 1, 2, 3, 4 matches 4, 3, 2, 1, and then one of them has a long way, and that's also the one that has the shortest way, then they might actually jam and then block the other one. That's kind of what we're seeing. Or you build something, you redesign, you build something, you redesign, and then suddenly one side of it is way longer than the other ones. You can do something by building overflows, but I don't have overflows and space for overflows in my builds. Do you have a target SPM for this point, or just making what's feasible with normal quality? Well, my design criteria is the fact that this is perfect ratio. So this is going to be our first step. We built this, and then we want to look at what it would look like if we exchange everything to rare quality and everything to legendary quality. Of course, this step is going to change massively with legendary and yeah, so the more successive steps there are. What do we think about this one? Like, can we assume that we have two levels of this? Which is like, because this is just such a valuable update, and it's so cheap. And so finding a base design that scales well with quality module. Yes, this is what I've done here. This is normal quality, this is rare quality, and this is legendary quality. And there's basically a factor 12 between them. And the same thing here for red circuits and blue circuits. And now I do the same thing for science, so that we basically can design something once, and then you can come back and you can just roll over and upgrade it, and then go like, yeah, it's close to fine. Instead of redesign the whole thing when you get to rare quality and redesign the whole thing when you get to legendary quality. Then you might just be like, yeah, it's fine. I'll just build that and then leave it. Run a little bit low if you don't have the science yet, and then at some point it'll run full speed. Yes. This time you've done Vulcanus. You have more than 2 levels in that by now. I don't know. Because remember, our science is pretty atrocious back on novice, so I'm not sure I have it. I think that we'll do it like this, and then maybe it's underscaled in the beginning, but remember, not everything needs yellow signs. I can just do one of these signs a little bit, and then I'm going to do that science, and then I'm going to do something else, and then we'll come back to something that uses it. Then we can just do a number of these, and then we'll have accumulated it. So we're going to do like this and say this number is correct. Now the next one is, we should also see if we can get some red circuits in here. How much red circuits do we need? Now I just need enough red circuits to fill this, which is not enough. It's never enough red circuits, is it? That's too much, like way too much, but the other one is way too little. Then if we do this one, we now have to figure out how much we want of greens. This green is definitely too much, because this green is going into the red circuits. This one, which I only need 2/3 of it, so here only 2/3 of this. That means only 2/3 of this. Okay, that's like one that gets reduced here. And this is also requiring, but it's not requiring very much. So this whole design here requires 4 green circuits, and this one requires 2 more green circuits. So that's the 6 green circuits. So if you look at the whole thing, it uses 22, but the majority is, of course, in here. Okay, so that's what we want. Also looks good. Huge surplus, so do we think that this would be enough? No. Like here we have a surplus of about 1/3, which means 1/3 of this can be taken out still, and this one is also, I don't think that's enough, so I think we'll do this. Now if I'm looking carefully, that's pretty much this build, except that, yeah, oh right, I forgot foundries, cables and foundries. Cables and foundries. Doot, doot. What? Ah, so we couldn't swap them around. Not enough. Enough. And if I do this one, it'll be even less. No, it'll actually be pretty much the same thing, but it'll just use less here. But I could get more if I use some modules, if I use some of these modules, right? I think this is enough, right? 42. This one is overbuilt by 1/3, and this is the one that, if you just look at this one, you need 42 and you need 5. And this one is overbuilt by 1/3, so if you reduce this by 1/3, that goes down to 32 consumed here. And this one, yeah, okay, so this should be fine. Okay. So now I kind of, if I build this, I have enough of all of these. Then if we look at all of this here, then what is the next thing that we want to do? We could say low density structure might be something we want. Plastic is definitely something we bring in. Sulfuric acid. Oh, we need sulfuric acid and we need lubricant. Yeah, I guess we'll build some LDS here. That one, right? LDS is now supported. Okay, and that just shifts more items over on that side. Then what else could we produce to sort of reduce this number into more basic stuff? Then batteries would probably be the next. And batteries cannot be produced anywhere meaningful at this point, so it'll have to be... Oh. Not even in that one. Batteries. 2 more of these. That one. That gets us now a surplus of batteries. Yep. Is there any way to scoot the action bar to the left? I like using windowed mode, but the action bar covers... I think that's... that must be mods that do that. Will all this fit in a block? I don't know. First we need to figure out what we want to have, and then we can figure out what's feasible to have. So... There's also the routing inside the block that's going to be a challenge. But right now we're just reducing it to more and more basic stuff, and that's good. So what are we missing? We're missing the iron, the copper, the steel, and the... Yeah, okay, so that's a lot of foundries. Okay, I shouldn't take one without. Steel. And don't do that. And also cables, and also pipes, and also plates, and copper as well. Then we can figure out if any of them... But now we don't have... We only have what we can almost call basic materials out here. We still need the copper and that done, but let's see where we are missing. This is fine, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. So we're producing 3 and we need 17. Okay. Why do we need so much iron, actually? Where do we need the iron? Where do we need the iron, actually? Because it's... Usually I would think it would be for this part here. But nope and nope. That's... This part is not using iron. Oh, it must be here. This is the part, of course. Yeah, okay. So... What about copper? Copper is perfectly fine. Okay. And you are still far away from where you should be. There. Nice little surplus. This one I accept, this one I accept, and this one I accept. Then the question is, are we going to assume that we get lubricant in as raw materials? Or do we also want to process that? Need to make sure that they do not cover here. And then we also need down here, we need some ironium. Nope, not that. Some molten iron and probably more molten iron. How much? Huge deficit. Huge deficit. Almost. Ah. Probably better to do it this way. Now I have a huge surplus. But an acute lack of... Oh, hold on. Yeah, this is not actually correct. No. This is difficult because if I'm looking at this one now, then I have a huge deficit of molten iron. But these, let's say, what is it, 140, that's the deficit. Well, obviously, the stuff that goes in here, I'm producing 6, but I'm only consuming 0.5. So for example, that one, that's 40, but it's only the 5 they're using or something. 6 maybe, right? And maybe the steel, are we overproducing? We're overproducing a little bit, like a third of it is overproduction. Here, this is a 5/6 overproduction. So for example, this one, there's maybe 12 or something that I'm not using. This was about 20. This is about, so 5/6 overproduction. So about 50, I would say, that we don't need, which means that I can do something like, and that will actually be about 50 short, and then that means it should be okay. And then I'm pretty sure that we just need a measly little copper here. This produces 50 something, and that's definitely enough, yeah. Oh, not that one. That one. Lubricant made with simple. How much lubricant do we need here? 11. I just want to see it, right? This one is making 10 per second, of course. And that would come from a... Can never find anything in my inventory. Oh, no. Simple. This is producing 10, this is using 10. And we need 11, so... And that would just get a little bit of coal inbound. So basically at this point we turn it into bringing in coal instead. We're not going to make plastic here. I just feel that plastic is something that I just have to accept that I'm going to ship it in. Because plastic is a more lengthy process because we need liquefaction. And we have a place that makes it. And lubricant, I don't know. Because if I look at this, so then it turns into 2.4 per second that needs to be brought in. I could make a liquid bus. No, I can't make a liquid bus because the point is that I want this to be 2 city blocks that I can place anywhere because it's launching. So all I need is, all I want is to be, my requirements are, you build, or my priority is build it where you need it. And my requirements is just, it's going to be 2 blocks and you'll launch it. And then as little as, it just has to be within the Roboport network because then I can bring in whatever I need. Are you making lubricant for belt or is coming in on a liquid bus? Or is it coming in a liquid bus? Here it's coming in a liquid bus from this location here. This has been improved slightly for the YouTube episode coming up to this one, so it actually can keep up. There's a beacon here as well that in the YouTube episode it's actually covering these two so that it's better. Now I say that, but I just kind of check. It doesn't. Why? I prepared it. Look, there's room for a beacon there and a beacon there. That's why. So, if I put the beacons there, then it's gonna work. What's more, your advanced oil blueprint today? 2 refineries were rotated wrong. That's been fixed in the latest version. The uploaded blueprint has it. This should be the uploaded blueprint, and otherwise I'm in trouble. Universal quality doesn't belong in this book here. I think the YouTube episode has it, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay, so let me. So if I was doing this, would be lovely. Like just saying, oh, you know what? I'm just gonna have this bus, and then I'm gonna build it next to the bus, and it's gonna be fine. I can get the lava, I can get the sulfuric acid, I can get the lubricant, I can get water, whatever I need. I just get it in here. That's unfortunately not really how this is gonna work, because I don't know where this is gonna be placed. This is going to be placed in your base wherever you have 2 blocks next to each other and you can get some lava in. That's it. This is the requirement for that one. But for example, the military science is going to be heavy on the coal for here. And therefore it's more important that this one is built close to a coal location. And yeah, so re-import the oil bin, it's fixed. Okay, yeah, that is. Blackcoat, you're someone who's on top of my blueprints. The another question is, can I put all this junk into one box? Oof, it's a little bit questionable. I think I'm going to take this out. That's a, no, I don't think so. This is also going to be really tricky to put it in here. So adding more to this is not going to be a problem. And what I mean by that is adding more machines doesn't break it in any way. I might actually do, oh, I'm not in map view. This might actually be a better build. Very close to not being enough. Yeah, because this one just got hit by because that means I can do this, and that makes it a lot nicer. Then I can see this is probably going to go out on some kind of belt. How many? There are 4 inputs here. That means I need 4 belts. And then the middle one is going to be the output. Out, 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 out. Input. And that also means yeah, that's actually enough. So they now go out on the same side, because I'm gonna have to have something else on the other side. This needs steel and greens. This needs green, and no, this needs green, and this needs steel. So that would be lovely if I could make that work. I cannot, and that sucks. This is another reason why this mode is so much more useful, because I can just invent the stuff I need. So let's say steel would be fine. You're gonna get steel. Oh, by the way, this is not gonna work. This is too close. But I can get that out here, because it's so slow that it doesn't. Not a problem. There. That one would then be green. Then I don't need the output. I just need 2 things that don't move forward. Then I actually want the greens here. That is, no one else needs this, and no one else needs pipes. Going in. And we invent some lubricant out here. Okay, so now this is only missing one thing. This actually stops here. Ooh. That's way better to have here. That's good. And inbound and inbound. All right, this is also good. Now that goes... Then we have a little problem, don't we? Let's get it over on the other side. So you're going to go here. That one. It's 1, 2, 3. Just need some batteries here. On. Hey, the batteries are not coming in yet. So at least if we can see that this is working or doable, then we can start working from here. What? Oh, right, you have to be here. You're happy? That's not happy actually, because that also needs to be put in on one side, or maybe we just merge, rotate it over to one side then later on. Okay. Yes, and then that one. And we do the same thing on this side. You can't get all of it. Oh, crap. That is true. This one can't get from the other side here. And neither can you, actually. Yeah. So you can't get from this one. In patriotism, and they are correct. The advanced oil print does still have to improperly rotate it. I'll put a message in Factorio as a reminder. Thank you. Appreciate it. I think I try to fix these things, but then I'm like, oh, did I fix it? Did I upload it? Did I share it? Like the right one? And yeah, it's a long process because you can't update the blueprint once it's posted. Then I have to redo the blueprint and then upload it as a new copy, and then upload to Patreon and to this to Patreon and to Discord the new link. So anyway, it's just a little bit of a hassle. This is problematic. I feel that this is something I've seen before and solved, but it eludes me right now. I hate hell mod, so no, I will not check that out. I don't like it. I tried using it once and I got overwhelmed, so I was like, nope. Too complicated for me. Like, this is obviously one way, and then I have to get this one to send here to reach over, and that's not happening. I could put the... Damn. Move beacon to the side. That's it. That's it. I was like, there is a reason. There's a way. Yes. Which means this one can go. Because I felt that I had solved it, but I just couldn't figure it out right now. There we go. Thank you. There we go. And then... But now I still have this being unable. There's one of them that's going to be unable because this is too crowded. And it kind of has to because I want this one to hit both. Three minutes before the one. Yeah, no. So this is all good, but this now eludes me because you have to grab from this belt, which is nowhere in sight for that one. Normally you can just do this and then it would be like this. Right hand side in the direction of travel, it actually works. Huh. Whew. Damn, it actually works. See, this is the thing about Factorio that there's no way that they had intended this level of complexity and sort of Tetris. But this is the really cool part. Like, we can sit here with 8,670 hours in Factorio and still go like, I wonder if, haven't I solved this somehow? And then come up with something that I have never seen before, but it kind of does the trick. I have never done this crap before. Probably for good reason. But it does get one of them inbound. And this one is now having 3 inbounds and 1 outbound. So this one definitely has to just go over here. Yeah, this is going to be our output of deletion. There we go. And then I have a sneaking suspicion I'm going to have to do this again. This. You and you. Here. Here. Inbound, 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 inbound. So those are the ones furthest away. Then I need here jump and there jump. It's the ones furthest away. Obviously this one is not going to be there for now. I think I'll add it later on when I get to the later specs or later quality levels. Now they're all working. Then the question becomes, okay, so I built this thing here over on the side. Let's be totally honest and say there's no way that I can afford to be so sloppy with my my space that I don't put it all the way up in the corner here. This is absolutely going to be in the corner. and everything else will be just crammed in here. I think I need to rotate these two. Oh, that's not it. Oh, that's not it. There we go. Just clean it up. What's the major malfunction? Oh, that one. Okay. This is great. Then let's start working on some of the more complicated stuff, like this one, for example. We don't need reds for anything except going into blues. That's a help. We need the greens to go both into blues, into reds, and also in here. We need the iron to go up there, so I need the iron. It does not go this way. I don't need iron over here. I need iron over on this side. So I'm going to move you. These two and this one. They will definitely be built sort of over here. Like, yeah, you want to be here. Close, 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 close. And these two need to be close together because they are kind of junk. They need to go copper. Yeah, actually, it does go into both. Okay, so there's a little bit of thing there. But this somehow belongs together, right? And then that also goes over to these. Could do something like this. It's gonna need a little bit more space because they also need calcite. And they need some greens coming out. Some iron coming out. Or whatever. Some wood. Some of this damn thing. Actually, why am I not doing it? Why am I not doing like this? Trash unrequested. LDS, wire, and plates. Yes, LDS as well. Wonder if the this is even enough. See, that's now a problem because I was kind of thinking I could build this down here and then get a belt up. How much is this? This is half a belt, less than half a belt, so this can be combined with something else. Let's get these ones put into location, because I think I've done this design before. Now that's certainly fast enough, then I don't need this. Then I just have to figure out a way to get that one up here. Goes in, goes in, goes in, goes in. And then this one goes out to be used over here. But it also needs to go up to the blue. And that's like this. For example. There's some sulfur here. How much is this going to consume? 16? so badly want to move it into one belt. If I wanted to add flamer turrets to a Nilaus base, should I rather branch off some light oil or simply go with crude oil? I'm still wondering if there's enough overproduction of light oil. I would do crude oil because otherwise you can't control it. So when you get attacked a lot, you're going to use a lot of your light oil. It gets 10% extra damage, but it needs refinement. I would still say don't do it, because oil is super precious on Novice and you don't have enough with your initial oil deposits, and if you waste it on vitals, you're gonna regret it. You're gonna deplete your oil deposits, and then they're not really gonna produce enough by the time you actually want them to produce more, because you spend it on killing biters and you don't need it. You really, really don't need it. So, love your videos. Thank you. I always watch them while eating. Oh, nice. Curve green chip belt towards red chip EMP. Like that, right? That's probably also what we did up here, isn't it? Nope, we did a little bit. Oh yeah, because we had to do both. Yeah. Sweet. That means this one could actually be... Oops. Yeah, it's fine. These ones need plastic though. That's gonna be a harder issue to get that. Where the hell are we gonna get plastic into this? I don't know. You? On the other hand, here's the thing, which I always seem to forget, is that if I request plastic one place, I might as well request it on both places. It doesn't make a difference. And yeah, these can just barely not make it all the way in. I mean, this whole thing here could be shifted down one. How fast do you need? That could be plastic. It's actually starting to become a really beautiful build for something that is uniquely only one time it's going to be happening. And I want these to be put on one side, so that's going to be like this. That is a beautiful build. We need some inputs. Sorry. Yeah. Need some iron inputs, and the only thing we need the iron inputs for is actually this one, so let's get them up here. Now I'm still missing some output then. I could shift this one down. Doesn't change anything. Why did I want to do that? Because then these could go closer. That could also work. Yeah. Inputs for copper blocked. Nope, not anymore. Ah! Damn it. Maybe we just ignore that problem. I can bring it up. After the break. Right, let's take a short break and then try to figure out what we can do in our bonus hour. Okay, we're back. Do batteries also require iron and copper plates? Yes, they do. They do indeed. And that's actually a non-trivial, because it's not just one item going in, it actually has to be more. That one, which means this one has to be an output as well. So this needs a beacon to fill up. No, this one needed a beacon. What are we looking at? We're looking at that is within the margin. I said minus 50 was fine. Minus 400 is also actually fine, I think. Where's the demand for this? There's a demand here for 500. Where's my overproduction? Oh, it's here. So we're actually not getting enough. $62. Okay, this is weird. Where do I have the demand for 500? It's not this one. This requires 25. The LDS? Oh, crap. Yeah, 150, 150, 150. Yeah, no, that is actually what I need. So, you guys both need to be increased quite a lot. I think I forgot the LDS for this. This is still way off. This is fine. The LDS by itself is 140 times 3, so that's 420. So, not even close. Full tilt here. Barely enough. And there is a slight surplus of LDS. Slight. Like 10% or something. Which means I can knock off the 10% of the 420 I need. So that's like 40 excess I have. And this one is requiring, alone, it's requiring 60. So this is not even enough. So the answer must be like that. Yeah. And then maybe even a single one. Needs a lot of plastic too. It's true. But I'm not going to produce plastic. Plastic is just something I'm going to have to accept that we get in here like this. Yeah. And this is kind of the stupid thing, right? If I look at this part, I'm bringing in 8.4 items in order to produce 2.9 items. Why not just bring in the 2.9 items instead? It kind of the same with, we look at this part. Then I'm bringing 2.6 plastic in order to make 1.6 processing units. That also feels a little bit stupid, doesn't it? So stuff that I can make and am making in industrial scale, like plastic, red circuits, blue circuits. Red circuits not so much, because the circuits we might actually need in high quantity. Blue circuits definitely, LDS. Those are probably something I'm going to bring in. Batteries as well. It also means that I don't need sulfuric acid if I don't produce it. This is such a beautiful build. It's not good, but it's beautiful. I'm actually going to kill this one. I might change my mind as I am wont to do, but let me just put it over here and forget about it. Forget about it. But stuff like the green circuits, like, okay, so okay, let me kill everything, every single idea here. Green circuits could be produced here. Why? Why make green circuits here? It doesn't have to use the whole space. Thing to make a large scale on Vulcanus until you get high levels of productivity research. No. Isn't a good thing to make at large scale? No, it is a good. It is much easier. I think it's easier to make here. We also have plastic productivity, which isn't great, but it's not awful. And it's certainly not this one that it's for, it's this one. The normal plastic bar productivity. Yeah, dedicated build for LDS. Yes, because we need it anyway for production here. Like, these things need to be produced. We have something for this, we have something for this now, and we also need it for LDS. Yeah. I found that tends to need too many ships to be done. What? Especially before you get recyclers to make quality ship bits. What do you mean? I think that it's better to make plastic on Vulcanus. When you get to Vulcanus, it's better to make it here, because where else are you gonna make it? Then when you get to Gleba and it doesn't suck anymore, so after a couple hundred hours, then you can produce a lot of plastic and you can ship it back. Then when you get to the legendary state, then you go like, actually I need thousands of plastic per second. That doesn't sit well with shipping things in. And then you transition to making it back here again on Navis. Because I think I have it. I hope I have it, right? The plastic build. Have I not? Do I not have the plastic build here? Legendary batteries. I had a plastic build. It was a good one. That's the beautiful design. This is probably my best design. Like, most complicated, most weird, awesome, awful. I don't know. The most game breaking. This is the most game breaking blueprint. This completely trivializes legendary copper, plastic, and, well, not plastic, copper and steel. The shuffle, yes. Don't you get the plastic using LDS shuffle? Nope. You can be plastic neutral, but you can't gain plastic from it. It doesn't matter. This is not it. Yeah. Okay, so let's think about this one. It just becomes like a marginal thing where every step is like, well, actually, I could just bring this. Well, actually, I could just, and then you end up just not really doing anything because, well, you know, I could just make this. So it either goes one way where it's like, well, this is only like 3 per second. Let me get it in by robot. But remember, this one also scales up to become 12 times as fast. Not 12 times as much input, but 12 times as much output. So the input will be 3 times as much, 4 times, 5 times, 4. Double probably. Anyway, looking at this build. Lubricant. I don't know. Green circuits. We decided LDS and processing units and batteries are something I make somewhere else. Because if I have to make it here, then I'm actually going to be... I could make the batteries here. Yeah, honestly, that might be fine. And then I should also make... So basically, the stuff that I'm making centrally is the LDS and the blue circuits, because I know I will always have enough of that, because otherwise I'm not going to work. And green circuits, let's also build that, right? Lubricant on-site might be a thing, but remember, lubricant on-site means that I have to get sulfuric acid and coal inbound. So that's less enticing. This is obviously consuming way too much, but that's not really relevant. The batteries, though, are going to be super slow. .25. Ouch, that's horrible. then I also need green circuits. Love the music here on Vulcanus, also on Factorio. It's so good. I'm not sure it's particularly Factorio-esque, but I love it. On site, you need lubricant anyway. Yes. So if I'm doing this, I need sulfuric acid, and then coal is just 2 coal per second, or 2.1 coal per second. So, but if I'm also making 3.6, how much was it? 3.7. Well, is 3.6 enough? No, probably not. But it's almost enough, and that requires 2 per second. This one's producing 3, so I'm kind of... And what about these here? That requires 2 more per second, so I need more of this. That's fine, but how do I get the other ironium out here? Oh, here's a problem. That one. And trash unrequested, and request that. So quiet when he's concentrating. I know, sorry. It's also getting a little... When it gets a little late, I also kind of get a little more quiet. So this will now be the input, or maybe that will be the input. I don't know. Which one will be better for inputs? Just assuming that we have something out here. That one. Lavalicious. Might as well just start filling it out, just because. This one is not enough, so what are we going to do about you? Maybe we just do this one. And then I need to figure out how this works. I think this is better, because then I can do... It's just, for some reason, I want that one space between it, and there's no reason for it. There is a reason for it, that one. I forget that. Yeah. And then this moves in like that. Nope, the other way. Here to here. And this one. Yes. Okay, so this was better. One is being replaced. Oh, I can do the same thing. I can make it look like this is on purpose. And then you go out here and branch it in there. That's juicy. And we just kill this part. Maybe that part as well. So we get things in correctly. Yeah, it only goes up to here. Good. Right? Now all we need is that one in here. We don't have, yes, in the Platon Blueprint, Fulgurous Science, yes we do. Because as long as it's on a YouTube video, then it's there. And if something is not on a YouTube video, then you can download the save game still as a patron. And then you get it whatever you need. I think this actually needs to go one over. Yeah, and yeah. The liquids though, the liquids. Those are kind of annoying. Maybe not. And the idea is here. Perfect. This one is now producing 1.9 and this is consuming 1.6. Good. Oh, but it's the wrong side of the belt. It's the both sides of the belt. Yeah, that's not what we want. We want it on the lowest side of the belt only. How do we do that? Long-time watcher, first time on Twitch. Welcome, Ashen Jedi. The thing is, I know I can make it, I just can't really see how I can make it in a non-absolutely disgusting way. Like, that doesn't help.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
And free SF. Thank you for the 8 months. I can't really see how this... Okay, so I either can set these out so that they output on the other side, which is kind of clumsy to do. Hello, I probably go. Well, maybe. And the other 200 are sleeping or what? Okay, so the easiest is doing this. And I don't like it, but maybe
That's just what we do. That's not it. Always check on days where a new Factorio comes out. Yes. Applying new version numbers. Yes, I'm usually. Thank you. I tried my very best to upgrade the version number when there's a new version of it, but there's no automatic version control, so it is what it is. Yes, and yes. That's why I said what is it? Yeah, I know. Am I like, it's a really clunky build and it's just really compressed for no reason. But on the other hand, just blowing it up for no reason is also like for no reason, literally. So yeah. Goes in, I mean it works. Things are coming in. How much of each? Okay. So probably gonna need 100. Yeah. I really dislike this build. Like, it's compact where all the wrong places. Like, okay, so what do I not like? I don't like that this one is super so crammed in here for no reason. I don't like that space. I don't like this line going down here and going under. I certainly don't like this part. So like, this is really nice. This I like. This one, not so much. Change the belts of green and steel for battery belt. Everything would be mirrored then. This whole thing would be mirrored. Would that be better? No, it wouldn't. I don't think so. I can't really see why that would be better. I can try it. Just kind of... It would almost literally be like this. Now, if this whole thing could be moved one down, then it would be a little bit better. Okay, let me do something stupid.
I like this better. I do feel that couldn't this one be moved over here? And then how are you getting the stuff you need? You're gonna have to get it by that one. And you're getting it in here. And then the output is here. Even better. Now we add some symmetry here. Oh, there is no pickup from... There's an output in this location. There's no... hold on. Why are you outputting? You should not be outputting there. You should be outputting... Okay, let's try it again. There. Right, nothing goes out on this belt. Correct. Why? Why not? No, 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 no. This is not correct. This is actually... It is supposed to go here and it's supposed to go there. That was why it had this thing. That goes here. Okay. I'm sure you can delete your comments again. That was... And of course all of this is junk. There we go. Then it got rid of all the stuff on the belt. Great. Yes, so engines are coming out next to the batteries. So they go in batteries, engines, steel and green, steel and green. And this definitely is better. Definitely better. Saved an entity. Now this is much nicer. Like, yummy. This is nice. I don't know why, but it's nice for me, okay? What if I did the same, did this one here? Would that be the same thing? Then that would be put it one back. And then it would be, would technically be the same, but it would be mirrored. Even better. Keep going. Keep improving. Nice and compact. Sweet. I like it. It doesn't get too close. And I will now kill this lane. Got the wrong one thing out. Do you need the single belt for flying robot frames that is between the two electric engines? Single belt. Do you need the single belt for flying robot frames that is between the two electric engineers? That one. No. I love that you kindly asked, even though you absolutely knew the answer. But thank you. I helped. You helped. Nice. And not just with good puns, but also with design. So thank you. Okay. I think this is kind of where as good as it gets for this design here. It's a nice package build, and we will need to get some low density structures inbound. We need to get some blue circuits inbound. We get some sulfuric acid and some of that. But what about lubricant? What about lubricant? Was, for example, could be here, lubricant, and that would then require that one, and this is perfect ratio, but it only produces 10. This one needs 10.2. I'm gonna say that's enough, because what if we only so I have to multiply this by 0 point something something, right? 8.43. How much do you need? Less than that. Great. So this is enough. Sweet. I'm going to kill this. And then instead go... Oof. 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 That's not so easy. Huh. Maybe something like this instead. Obviously not here. Okay, hold on. What is the long... How long can it reach? Dude, I don't need this. That means we can get it out here. Ah. Oh, this is something. I do need these two inbound though, but that's trivial. Let's get some LDS, let's get some blues, let's get some coal, let's get some calcite, just, you know, like nearby, you know, that would be nice. Woohoo! Do you have space for power poles? Ah! No! The horror! I hate when I do this design, and every time I do it, I'm like, I shouldn't do this, I shouldn't do this. Yeah! Because I was like, whatever, we can always find... Alright, good night, take care, go away. So far, so good. As long as I can keep this one going, then that's fine. This is too crowded for that design here. Like this, it's so cool when I can use this one. But I can't use these. They are all occupied. And as soon as I shift over to the side, then there's some lips. Substations might also be a good thing, but God, why did I forget this? Yeah, I think that was what I sort of intuitively had the feeling of when I was saying, it's a little bit too close. What if we open this one up? Just kind of go, well, let's give it some breathing room everywhere. Actually, this doesn't get breathing room, unfortunately. This can be moved one out. Like we can... actually not really. See, that didn't do anything. I just moved it, the whole thing went out. But I can do that and then earn an extra space here. And then guess this thing could move one out here and then I can earn another space. This one also has no problem moving out. Don't like that there's a gap here like this. But then, maybe this is better. No, because then this can't reach. You move the landfill down. Perfect idea. Thank you. That helps a lot. Then I think this is where I want the other one, or this maybe. Like for example, this does not care. Let's take these out. I think this also needs... See, this one is easy when I build it like this. But it's not... Oops. That might also still be an option, right? So if I can take you and get it in here. Sure. And it's less good here. Well, I can still do that one. Damn those power poles. Damn the torpedoes. Well, it moved down. Yes, it had to. There's another option here. Which is like this. No, because that's gonna block here. This is the maximum length. Yeah, okay, so you go back here. Good. That one. It's good. And here. Here. That one. Here. That's a problem that it's actually this close. Is 600 science per much depends on where you are in the game. Now I need to move the whole thing, the one down. That is not gonna happen. That is not happening. I mean, that sucks if that goes down. Oh, this one actually got now liberated in a sense. There you go. Can't really move it down any further. This way is... I mean, there's also the option of going down here. That might actually be just fine. Ish. Because then it can get around this bend much easier, but it can't get around that one. Unless I move the whole thing one back. Any chance you could put together a list of your favorite good, interesting mods? Maybe this mod should be base game section. It's not really the kind of content I do, but it is a... I try to play without mods because I want to play the games generally as the developers intended them. And that's not always the best way. And man, have I had many long night discussions with, well, there's not really discussions, it's pretty one-sided, with Casimir about why don't I just use this mod? I'm like, no, I don't want to use that mod. Yeah, but it's gonna be base game. I don't care. I'm not gonna start using that mod. Like Foundry, for example, is a good example of... That is great. That's great. Where there's a really good blueprint mod, but I'm not using that blueprint mod. And what I'm using here is my calculator, because then you can see what I do calculations. And I have this one because then you can see the calculations I do for resources. That's the mods I use as far as I can tell. I found another way. So with this, I should be able to bring it. Oops. To bring this whole thing one down. Let's see if that works. This one just needs to go one down. And then this is different. So something is not working. This one. I think we made it with the power poles as well. There's some wonkiness over here. I think actually if I could do that one, then maybe this would be better. Yeah. Oh, there's one missing. Boop. Mentioned you don't need steel side loading if you move the inside up. Yes, I know. I thought about it as well, but no, that's actually not true. I do need it. Because when you insert in a corner, it inserts in the inside of the corner. So, yeah, you do. Unless we... I could move it up like this, yes, but I can't remove that one anyway. So then I'd much rather have this one. Oh, move the inserter up to come... Ah, right, like that, yes. Because it is coming down on that side. Yeah, so it just flips the side. That's a much better idea. Thank you. Oop. Yes, so now it goes down here, gets inserted on the other side. Yep. Thank you. Good idea. And now lights, which isn't gonna be like lights. I'm more willing to compromise. Let's have a look if the ratios look correct. All green, anything that's not green. That one, irrelevant. This one, irrelevant. This is a little bit weird. Or maybe if I have sufficient surplus. Oh, I have plenty of surplus green circuits, so no worries on the iron plates. And this one's also not enough, but it is enough because I'm way surplus. Yeah, okay. Let's see. These are all working. Okay, so here's another thing. Why are they... So why are you not working? Steel. Okay, something about the steel. Ah. Okay. Foundries and chemical plants don't have... chemical plants have. Foundries do not. But I don't want them to. But, I mean, I want them to do this. On this one, yeah. Good. There we go. There's a section with double siding. Oh, that must be the old one. The outdated comment. Already fixed that several seconds ago. Okay. I think this is good. I'm happy with this. Why 2 efficiency modules? Because 2 efficiency modules, if you look somewhere over here, it says minus 80%, which is the limit. So anything more won't do anything unless it's also affected by a beacon. So if it's not affected by anything, then you reduce it by 80% with two modules. So that's why I put 2 modules in, 2 only there. Time for quality update? Well, only if we had a bonus hour, but that we do not. I'm really happy about it. We get stuff in by robots, not in crazy quantities, and then we get some liquid and the output which goes up and launches. Next time we're going to be doing purple signs, because we're going to start with yellow and purple signs because they are not made correctly on novice, and then we'll make blue and military and yeah, go backwards, right? Not unlocked? No, it's unlocked. This is just creative mode, so everything is unlocked if we wanted to. And just like that, we're launching things into space. Oh yeah, so I'm actually prioritizing up here so that instead of having 16 not full, then I'm gonna fill up these first and then they'll start launching. So these will launch first. Also have an acute lack of whatever I needed in here. Or maybe I need 50 of each. 100 is too much. Whatever. Man, if I didn't hate belt weaving, this would be perfect for belt weaving. And what did you call me? Thank you for the 31 months. And now we're going to wrap up. So, we got science. Everyone's happy. And this will be basically the module we stamp down. And then we can start looking at what it looks like if we upgrade it to rare and legendary quality next time. Because that will definitely require some changes. Probably not so much in terms of build capacity, but maybe in terms of ratios. Oh, good night. Good night, everyone. Tomorrow and Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I'll be back with Shapes 2. So come check that out. Good night. Thank you very much for the hype train. Take care. And I'll upload the save game here. It will be called 5. There. MC15.5. That's the name of it when I upload it to the Patreon folder. Thank you for watching. Good night. Take care. Stay effective.